Ya, salam takon. أهلا باشمهندس ناتالي، أهلا بك. أهلا. يا أنا برحب بيكم كلكم. آه نجي بعد شوية، يا ريت الناس اللي في فيسبوك ممكن تعملوا شير. شير لل سوري. يا سوري يا جماعة. كان نستمع ل اللي هو أنا داير كان لكم هابي ساندي، وكان نستمع برضو لفنانة بتاعنا اللي هي أو مغنية أو مرنمة اللي هو تشرين ماكليل، اللي هي غنى بتقول أنت كبير من ناس. يا
كبير من ناس بكلمه يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه، انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه، انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه، انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه، انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بكلمه. Jehovah Rapha sitaki alambi yashmi, Jehovah Rapha sitaki rabunan biyashmi, kulu ayani kulu tabu itabi wedi shifale nina, kani ayani kani de tabu itabi wedi shifale nina Yesu, itakebir minas mikelimu Yesu, itakebir minas mikelimu, itakebir minas mikelimu Yesu, itakebir minas mikelimu, ita baraka, ita salamu, itakebir minas mikelimu, ita baraka, ita salamu, itakebir minas mikelimu. Jehovah Rapha sitaki alanga inunina, Jehovah Rapha sitaki rabunan bainunina, fikulu saman, fikulu wakil, enataki bi ainunina, fikulu saman, fikulu wakil, enataki bainunina Yeshua. Itakebir minas mikelimu Yesu, itakebir minas mikelimu, itakebir minas mikelimu Yesu, itakebir minas mikelimu, ita baraka, ita salama, itakebir minas mikelimu Yesu, ita baraka, ita salama, itakebir minas mikelimu. Shalom sitaki ragunata salam, Shalom في وادي السلام في كل مكان. انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا. انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا. انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا. نينا بيعبدوا انت يسوع، اسمك كده كبير لنينا. نينا بيعبدوا انت يسوع عشان انت كبير لنينا. نينا بمجد، نينا بشكر اسمك في كل زمان. انا بمجد، انا بشكر اسمك في كل زمان. يسوع انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا يسوع، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا. انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا. انت بركة، انت سلام، انت كبير من ناس بيكلموا.
يا ده كان أخت بتاعنا تشرين ماكليلي، هي رنمت الأغنية إنت كبير من ناس. طبعا من الناس كله أكيد، وأنا بسلم ليتكم، أنا بكلم قالي هابي ساندي ليتكم كله. جيس بتاعنا الليلة الجاي في برنامج بتاعنا اللي هو دكتور فوني. دكتور فوني هو طبعا chairman of national strategic policy secretariat، وهو هيجي يتكلم في موضوع بتاع الفيدرال سيستم موديل اوف ساوث السودان اللي صدروا موفمنت بتاع ناشونال سالفيشن فرونت. فاحنا قبل ما نمشي قدام انا باخد في غنى قصير كده، وهو هسي معنا في الاستوديو عبر فيسبوك، وفي ناس طبعا في ممبر بتاع ناس في كلاب هاوس هيستمعوا، وانا بشكر كل الحضور. هو هنسأل أسئلة عشان إنه الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان هم ذاته يعرفوا الفيدرال سيستم الجبهة الخلاص قاعد ينادي عنه ده هو شنو. والليلة التوبيك بتاعنا بتاع الليلة أو الموضوع بتاع الفدرالية ده مهم جدا لنا، لأنه في وضع بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان ده انتوا عارفين القضية اللي احنا فيه، بأنه ما عندنا النظام السياسي في البلد، لكن عندنا نظام ديكتاتوري. يعني يعني احنا لو خطيناه في شكل افضل ممكن ده تيراني ريجيم يا هو موجود عندنا في جنوب السودان. فمن خلال بحثنا عن معرفة الحقيقة كيف نحكم نفوسنا كجنوبين، فجبهة الخلاص بيشوف انه اللي هو الفيدرال سيستم ده هو النظام السياسي المهم جدا الممكن يودي البلد ده الى بر الامان. طبعا في ناس جنوبين تانيين عنده وصف مختلف لهذا اسمه شنو النظام، مع انه دي الانظمه المعروفه في العالم. في نظام البرلماني، في عندك نظام الفيدرالي، عندك النظام شنو النظام اللامركزي والنظام المركزي. بما انه الجنوب بيقول هو بيديروه عن طريق نظام اللامركزي في دستوره، لكن ما اصلا مطبق ذاته. فالمهم في خلال سردنا بعدين هتعرفوا الكثير، ودكتور فوني هنا هيتكلم اكتر حاجه بالانجليزي بعدين، لانه الاسئله انا هنطرح في انجليزي. لو في زول بعدين عنده حاجه دير سؤال بعدين هنديك فرصه انك تسال، لكن اسي هو معنا طبعا في الاستوديو، هو تحت هنا في الستيج، فانا ان شاء الله هجيبه هرفعه فوق بعد شويه. لكن خلينا احنا نستمع لغنى بتاع اللي هو الاغنيه هديه برضه من اخونا من اخونا. Yes, I will speak in English, brother Modo. Yeah. There is also one song from our young boy brother Jimmy Centralino Horica. Sorry, Centralino Horica. He sang a very nice song during the 5th anniversary of National Salvation Front. Listen to this, and then we'll bring our brother or our leader here, Dr. Vuni, up to speak to us about the federal system today. Thank you.
Listen, this is a message from the National Salvation Front now to bring peace and unity to our people. Rise up, my 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 people. Yeah, rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Yeah, rise up, my people. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. National salvation mission to restore our unity. National salvation mission to restore our dignity. To bring us the rule of law and accountability. Social justice and the equal rights. To restore people dignity. Establish a federal system. We believe in people power to restore our unity, to restore our rights. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. It's a time for South Sudanese and all to rise up to fight for their own rights. We got to move this regime out of our way. General Thomas doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. National salvation doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. Look at all opposition in Juba, they sign peace with no solution. Look at all opposition sign peace in Juba, they left with no solution. Make your decision, national salvation is the last solution. Make your decision, national salvation is the last solution. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power.
Yeah. Rise Up My People, that was sung by our member, Jimmy Santarlino Arica. He's also one of the member of NAS Youth League. We appreciate him. My brothers and sisters, today we have this special interview with Dr. Victor Vuni, NAS Chairman of National Strategic Policy Secretariat. Today he's going to talk about the federal system model of South Sudan. Before we go ahead, and I also have on the other aisle is my three other colleagues, Bash Mohandis or Engineer Dominic and Brother Simon Abui and Maulana Daniel Lee with us on Clubhouse on the stage, and we have also people of South Sudan listening down. I just want to let you know, Dr. Voni, before we go ahead. Yeah, just let me make sure that your microphone is activated.
Can you hear me?
Can you say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you just raise your volume there, but
Okay.
your voice is good. Yeah. Yeah. As I said, today is a special interview with Dr. Vuni, NAS Chairman of National Strategic Policy Secretariat on the federal system model South Sudan. Today, 25th of April 2022, dear audience, the people of South Sudan, thank you for joining us on this special interview with Dr. Vuni on the federal system of South Sudan. As you know, federalism forms one of the core pillars of National Salvation Front. On the 27th of October 2020, NAS leadership, through the National Strategic Policy Secretariat, released to the public the full version of the policy document entitled Federalism for Peaceful and Prosperous South Sudan, the federal system model of South Sudan. In the foreword of the historical document, Chairman General Thomas Shirillo said, the purpose of this document is to inform the people of South Sudan about the type of federalism South Sudan needs, why it is needed now, and how to implement it in order to realize sustainable peace and good governance in the country. By the way, you can find this document and download it also from the other official website. This is for our viewers, on the nassouthsudan.com. This is for the information for the public. Today, joining us to talk about the document is you, Dr. Voni, the chairman of NAS Strategic Policy Secretariat. Before you go on, I just want to, we want to thank you. And I want to say, if you're going to take this time to talk to us today, you can please introduce yourself, Dr. Voni. And so the listeners also will benefit, especially the people of South Sudan. They're so keen to know actually the type of federal system and why is it important and why NAS is always sticking with this agenda. Yeah, please welcome.
Thank you, Sister Teresa, for that introduction. My name is Dr. Victor Vuni Joseph. I'm the chairperson of NAS Strategic Policy Secretariat. I would just want to kind of also pay tribute to the members of the Secretariat, NAS leadership, members of NAS, and the public as well, because when we were developing this document, it was the input from various strands of the people of South Sudan, including NAS members and senior leadership, to put up this document. Why we have the Strategic Policy Secretariat is to help us shape the direction where we're going as a country and NAS. And the federalism document is one of key strategic policy documents that will help us move towards realizing a peaceful and prosperous South Sudan. Thank you, Sister Teresa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Voni. Now the people knows who's this guy here standing or sitting here in the studio today with us. Um, Thank you for the introduction. I will go right away to the question. I don't know. You just today need to bear with us. We might have like almost like 12 question or even more, or 14. Some of them might be short, and they need only short answers, and the others need some kind of details. So then our people will really benefit. The first question is for you to explain to people about NAS itself. Maybe some people they don't know even the meaning of NAS. What is NAS stand for? And can you tell us briefly about NAS?
Thank you once again. NAS means people in Arabic. It is a pro-people armed political movement leading South Sudanese national struggle against the ongoing oppression of the people of South Sudan by the Juba regime. NAS is the abbreviation for the National Salvation Front. That's the full name. Its vision is to create a peaceful and prosperous South Sudan that ensures freedom, justice, equality, and the rule of law. And NAS vision also is to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of South Sudan, safeguard diversity, and establish a federal and democratic system of governance. At the beginning, we have heard the song by our brother Jimmy Arika, which actually captures what the vision and mission of NAS is. NAS was established on the 6th of
Dr.
March.
Voni,
Yes.
if you can just pull the microphone into your closer to your mouth. The headphone is fine. You just
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. NAS was established on 6th of March 2017, and General Thomas Luswaka is its chairman and commander-in-chief. This year, NAS is celebrating its 5th anniversary. There has already been remarkable and historic celebration worldwide, including the United States of America, Canada, Britain, Europe, and Africa. Establishing of a federal system of governance in South Sudan is one of NAS's stated objectives. NAS's clear intentions on the call for federalism should be understood from its white paper. As you outlined before, Sister Teresa, federalism for a peaceful and prosperous South Sudan, the federal system model of South Sudan, which was released in 2020. As well as its document entitled NAS Vision for an Inclusive Modern South Sudan, the political ideology of the National Salvation Front. Based on these two documents, which can be found on NAS website, www.nassouthsudan.com, NAS is calling for equality, inclusivity, and social justice for all in South Sudan, and a nation where diversity is celebrated, and majority and minority communities coexist peacefully. NAS is striving to demolish once and for all the current politics of ethnic hegemony and dominance. This is not too much to ask for. In fact, we believe that all people of South Sudan are suffering under the current regime, so all need salvation. NAS has consistently demonstrated that it is a serious movement that is living to its vision and mission. The proof is that we have a declared position to only negotiate in any peace talks that recognize the root causes of the conflict. It is on this premise that we refuse to sign the revitalized agreement on resolution of conflict in South Sudan, otherwise known as RRCs, of the 12th September 2018. We have rejected any attempt and offer of positions by the oppressive case regime. We shall pursue this position in NS. Many observers, including the people of South Sudan, have now come to the conclusion that the agreement has failed. Back to you, sister. Teresa.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Voni. Maybe you raise the volume of the of your. You can raise it from the thing
Um,
itself, your
okay.
headphone, from your headphone itself,
Okay.
and then you bring it closer to your mouth. So uh, because people here in Clubhouse are saying you should increase your voice. Yeah.
Okay. If it helps, I can take the headset out if that is easier.
No, that's fine now. You just need
Okay.
to bring that headphone. I mean the microphone closer to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. Actually, I have another question. This is question 2. Uh, is what is a federalism? The federalism, please.
In simple terms, federalism is a form of political system where power is shared between a central authority and the separate territorial governing levels, such as the states or counties, in such a way that each governing level is, is allowed to maintain its own fundamental integrity. By that we mean each governing level, be it at the national level, state level, and county level, each has got separate power that it is able to exercise.
Yeah. If you look at your headphone, not
Yeah,
on your ears, that part, the other part down here.
this one here.
They are for microphone. They are for microphone.
Can you just check? Is it better?
Yeah. You know
Okay.
where you're holding with
Yes,
your right hand?
I'm
I
pressing it.
was
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I was so bitter as a kid of Gatamam.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Actually, I wanna appreciate you for this. I want to thank you for this historical document on federalism that has produced the first of its kind in South Sudan that outlines in details the nature of federalism we want in South Sudan. Yeah, the question number 3. In the forward that we signed, that was signed, sorry, by Chairman Thomas Shirillo, he said, and I quote, let me quote, the purpose of this document is to inform the people of South Sudan about the type of federalism South Sudan needs. Why is it needed now, and how to implement in order to realize sustainable peace and good governance in the country? Why does NAS believe so strongly that South Sudan needs federalism? Dr. Vani, please welcome.
Federalism is the most appropriate form of government that can address the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan. And there are several reasons for this one. Number one, it aims to create viable economic states and counties, considering the future economic survival of these states. Number two, by creating viable economic state governments and empowering the states and counties, federalism ensures delivery of service to the people and economic development. Also, by establishing federalism in South Sudan, it means creating an ideology and philosophy that unites the people of South Sudan through recognition of cultural and socioeconomic diversity of the countries.
Yeah.
Thus, making the unity of the country voluntary rather than coerced through tribal hegemony or oppression by tribal-oriented leaders. In federalism, the states and counties become the basic unit in the management of the affairs of the country. Through its executive, legislative, and judicial powers, the states will handle the security of citizens, land issues, and its vested resources. It will be able to protect the rights of its citizens, promote transparency and accountability. The state will be able to ensure peaceful coexistence is achieved throughout the country among the different regions and states. The federal system of governance will therefore divert the interests of citizenry from dependence on federal government to the states and counties, thereby delivering the service directly to the peoples while reducing the toxic competition for the few federal government positions and all its accompanying nepotism and corruption. It will also reduce the rampant land grabbing that has always been associated with the capital because it is the only place perceived to be providing services. Above all, federalism is a historical and current demand of the people of South Sudan. Back to you, Teresa.
Yeah, it's really a lot of good point there. But we're going to see on the, like, I want to ask you, maybe have some follow-up question later. But let me go for the question 4 because we have so many questions. You mentioned that federalism is the most appropriate form of governance that can address the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan. What exactly are the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan? Please just identify the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan as you can see. Maybe we will come and ask you some other follow-up question. Go on, please.
Thank you. NAS identified the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan in a number of areas. Number one is failure to forge a common South Sudanese national identity. By this, we mean the SPLM-led government has failed to forge a common South Sudanese identity that is inclusive of all ethnicities in the country. Instead, it has pursued ethno-political hegemony in favor of one ethnic group. This has resulted into conflict and it has polarized different ethnic communities against each other. Aided by the Joint Council of Elders, the SPLM regime has shown the seed of ethnic intolerance among the ethnic groups in South Sudan. It has politicized ethnic diversity to create hatred and conflict that have shattered the very social fabric of our country. And then the key stages of nation building were simply ignored, or these stages that were attempted were done in order to manipulate the agenda to achieve ethnic domination. These critical stages of nation building are national consultation, national consensus, state configuration, constitution making, and lastly, implementation mechanism. Let me just expand a little bit on this.
Yeah, please. Yeah, you need to explain these areas a little bit. Yeah.
So, by national consultation, we mean that South Sudan missed opportunity during the pre-interim period prior to its independence to hold national consultations, intra and inter-regional conferences. This was to answer crucial questions such as our national identity as South Sudanese, how to coexist together, and what type of governance system we want. Although some regional conferences took place, such as the Equatorial Conference in 2011 in Nyakron, these were not national design, nor were they part of an overall government strategic policy for national consultation. The government's own approach of consultation based on the national dialogue launched in December 2016 was neither inclusive nor broad-based, as it was conducted during war, and many communities were not able to take part in it freely and meaningfully. The framework was determined by the president to suit his own agenda. And then by national consensus, what we mean is that the people of South Sudan were not given the opportunity to determine who they are and consent on how they want to govern themselves, the principle of coexistence, structures of government, division of roles and responsibility, and so forth. Put simply, the process of establishing a social contract between the people and their government did not happen. Turning to state configuration, what we mean there is the current conflict would have been avoided if discussion had taken place as part of nation building to address the issue of the number of states, parliamentary arrangements, such as the number of seats, how they should be allocated, representation in government, and so forth. Constitution making is clear, but what we mean here is an inclusive constitutional making process. Did not happen,
Yeah.
where the people of South Sudan would have taken part in crafting their constitution and reached a consensus on it. This would have been put to the people in a referendum for endorsement in order to be the permanent constitution of the country. And then by the implementation mechanism, all the above things I've stated will require prioritization by the government and an allocation of resources for its implementation, along with support from international partners. So that is the first root cause: failure to forge a common South Sudanese national identity.
Yeah.
The second root cause is
Let me just remind the people the first root cause, you say the failure to forge a common South Sudanese national identity. Now you're going to the second one,
yes,
which is you mentioned before, the ethnic hegemony and political marginalization. Yeah, go on, please.
Yeah. By this we mean the constant pursuit by the regime of perpetuating ethnic hegemony through dual policy of empowering one community while excluding others from full participation in the political and economic life of the nation. And then the state has become an incubator for regime loyalists rather than for all the people of South Sudan. There has been a systematic destruction of public life to fulfill the implementation of ethnic domination policies, which increase marginalization, exploitation, and oppression in the worst form ever experienced by the people of South Sudan throughout their history. The third root cause is the absence of political will for good and inclusive governance. Again, by this, we mean the lack of political will from the ruling party, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement, towards building an inclusive homeland that is free from the cause of self-destruction. The government in South Sudan is not reflective of the diversity of the society it is supposed to serve, and meritocracy and technical competencies have been rendered irrelevant. The fourth underlying root cause is the issue of undermining independence of the judiciary.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's what you also mentioned, yeah.
This is the deliberate undermining of the independent judicial power by the state, thus encouraging impunity and lack of justice and accountability in the country. And then we turn to another root cause, which is undemocratic imposition of a centralized system of governance. This is crucial to the topic of today. And this is the imposition of a centralized system of governance, depriving the people of South Sudan of a federal system of governance, which has been their historical demand. The next one is establishing a repressive, ethnically dominated security sector. As we see, what has happened is there is ethnic domination of the security sector. This is used for oppression, suppressing and intimidating the voices of the people, advancing ethno-political objectives, and maintaining the status quo in power. The seventh root cause is ethno-political territorial occupation and land grabbing. Ethno-political territorial occupation land grabbing, which is designed, encouraged, and protected by the state to cause demographic change with intents of ethnic domination and control of natural resources, form part of the root causes that we have identified. The eighth root causes is the blatant disregard of progressive development policy and constitution development. This is the lack of comprehensive national development policy in the country and strategy that put the country on the course of rebuilding livelihood and development. The ruling government has not guided the process of constitutional building of the state. Instead, it has given rise to all forms of discrimination and ethnic intolerance. The ninth root causes we identify is the corruption and mismanagement of public resources. There is rampant corruption and mismanagement of national resources, as we have all seen and witnessed. And the 10th one is the leadership failure, which is the failure of the regime leadership to govern the country to achieve peace, stability, development, and prosperity that the people of South Sudan so deserve. And the final one is the state capture. By this, we mean a systematic process of conversion of the institutions, assets, businesses, and character of the state to ethnic and family consortium of the SPLM-led government elites. Back to you, Sister Teresa.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, in this question 4, the question was about the the root causes.
Yeah.
And on my instead of taking it as a follow-up, I will make it as a question number 5. You have listed a few problems or causes of the conflict. How will federalism solve some of the root causes? Like for example, those are the most. I don't say that the rest are not important, but those are also causing a lot of issue currently, and even as you've seen by your own eyes, how many people lost their life. So let me read it again. You have listed a few problems or causes of the conflict. How will federalism solve some of the root causes? Like for example, land occupation and grabbing. Number 2, for instance, the use or misuse of the ethnic identity by the political elites. Number 3, or let's say lack of the accountability or culture of impunity for crimes. How will a federal system solve those issues? Yeah, answer please.
Okay, let me take those 3 step by step. The first one is the land issue.
Yeah.
The land occupation and grabbing. When we have federalism, one of the beauty of the federal system is that it is anchored on a national constitution that defines how the system is governed and the power allocated to it. And the constitution that will be derived as part of the federal system need to guarantee land ownership. And that is very important. And we have articulated that the issue of land need to be the jurisdiction of the state to kind of manage it, and then at the country level. The federal system, at the federal level, they will be charged with interpreting those constitution and its application. And secondly, the full authority to states, government and county government for the management of land issues, as I said earlier, will be the power that will be given for the states and county, whereby the federal government only deal with, as I said earlier, the interpretation of the constitution. So that is the land issue. With regard to the use of ethnic
identity, yes.
Yes. Again, constitution is very important here. Through the constitution-making process, the will of the people for unity under agreed terms will need to be defined. And we can draw a number of examples from other countries, but that is important. And then the right of all ethnicity to take part in the federal institutions will have to be guaranteed. When we say the federal institutions, we mean the executive, the judiciary, the legislature, and also the security sector as well. So yeah. The principle of passive participation of people from different communities, counties, states need to be guaranteed. And turning to the issue of the accountability and culture of impunity for crimes, which is the rule of law, we need to ensure that justice and accountability is there. We need to ensure independence of judicial system and judges as well. So once we have those, some of those issues, 3 points you outlined, can be addressed in the federal system.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. The reason why I asked those three particular points: land occupation, the misuse, or the ethnic identity, you know, this issue actually been manipulated by the political elite, plus the accountability. You know, those are very key points in our country currently that uh, the people are actually facing, because there is no accountability. There is also issue of the land grabbing. They are also related, and and then ethnic identity, because we have this crisis as a country, as a state. We're supposed to have our identity as a people. We should not identify ourselves as a tribe, but we are actually a nation. So thank you for this clarification. The question six: there are different form of federalism. What type of federal system is NAS advocating for for South Sudan? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. NAS is advocating for the establishment of the federal system model of South Sudan, which is derived from features of classical federalism. Now, people may wonder what that means. Um, what that means is it's a form of federalism tailored to address the peculiar nature of the challenges facing South Sudan. That's why we
Mhm.
call it the federal system model of South Sudan. There are uh, a different type of federalism that we have looked at, such as in other countries like the US, Canada, Australia, Switzerland, and so forth. And we felt based on the characteristic nature and the root causes that I've highlighted above, we are justified to call the form of federalism we have as the federal system of model of South Sudan. It is the most appropriate type of federalism for South Sudan. The federal system model of South Sudan is characterized by a number of factors. Number
Mhm.
one is a people-centered constitution that confers power on the federal, state, and local, which is the county government,
Mhm.
and it upholds the principle of subsidiarity, which means that there are certain powers that could be shared, and then the division of the state power and the constitutions that are associated, both constitution for the federal level and also the state level. And then there will be direct fair election for federal, state, and local local levels of government. This is very important because it will avoid the issue of interference, whereby at the federal level somebody can dismiss a governor. This will not happen. The people of the state will appoint their own governor. Similarly, the people at the local county level will also elect their uh, commissioner, or whatever appropriate title we call it. There will be a respect for jurisdiction according to the federal, state, and local government, exclusive of
Mhm.
any interference, meddling, or intrusion. So there are, based on the amount of power given for this government level, there will be no interference uh, at the local level, state level, and the federal level. The Federal Constitutional Court will look at any dispute over state or any issue of jurisdiction. And then the other factor is the any amendment process that is projected on the federal constitution is informed by the consensus of the federated states, where constitutional dispute projected forth within local levels shall be settled with due consent of federated states. Again, you need to have a mechanism for how we amend federal constitution. It must be so complicated so that it's difficult to amend by a few or group of people. And then the final one is the decision-making or enforcement mechanism shall include, among others, things like court, referenda, uh, legislative chamber, also taking into account evidence that and expert opinion. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very important, the people centered, you know, uh, here. And then it's also direct, a fair election, a federal constitution court, any amendment process projected on the federal constitution, and then also the decision making and the reinforcement. This is a very, very important issue in the system of government, because this will help in accountability, and to make the people, who are working, to feel responsible. Yeah. So thank you very much. Let's go to question number 7. uh, what are the principles and characteristics of the federalism that is different from the current uh, system of the government currently in place in South Sudan? So can you elaborate much? We know the system that Kir is running the country with. Can you explain to the people of South Sudan?
Okay. Let me take it in order.
Yeah.
First is the principles. Uh, the federal system is based on 3 fundamental principles. The first principle is about autonomous independence. That means there are certain autonomy from one arm of the government to the other, and also
Yeah.
the levels. So number 1 is the constitution,
Yeah.
constitutional independence, legislative independence. So what the parliament does, there should be no interference, and then judicial independence. So what the judges do, there shouldn't be interference with their decision. Similarly, the executive arm of the government, and also financial independence. It is important to ensure that the amount of resources given at each level is what they deserve to manage their affairs. But if one is being determined or given by another, which is not part of what is enshrined in the Constitution, it kind of put one in subordinate as opposed to independent in their own right. So that is the first principle. The second principle is the principle of participation.
Yeah.
There are a number of things that requires participation of citizens. Number 1 is the amendment of constitution. And second is the federal legislative power. So people need to see that they are represented in the parliament as well. And then the different levels of federal governments. So it's important people see that they are represented at the national level, state level, and also at county level.
Yes.
The third
So
principle.
there are 3 levels. There are 3
Yes.
levels. Yeah.
That's what we
Okay.
propose. Yeah, NAS proposal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the third principle is the single federal system, the principle of single federal system. So this is the legal personality, like the president, the head of state. We need to, and then nationality. We all have to have South Sudanese nationality, and then the territory, and then the currency we use. So some of those may be less controversial or of an issue than the other, but those are the 3 key fundamental principles of federalism: autonomous independence, the principle of participation, and the single federal system. Now, let me turn to the general characteristic of a federal system. Again, there are 3 key ones I want to highlight. Which number 1 is the necessity of division of constitutional power between more than one governing level. So, in the example of the governing level I've described, what is the power of the federal constitution, the federal level, and what is the power at the state and then county authorities. So those 3 levels need to have defined powers in the constitution. There are also, the second principle is about distinguished attribute of the legislative and judicial power at the federal state, with some features as to their structure, that is organization and competencies. So you need to have those legislative and judicial powers, also the federal, state, and county levels. And then all those characteristics are embodied in the federal constitution, which is described or prescribed by a peculiar nature and specific features. So I said the constitution is a key aspect which define, regulate the whole affairs of the countries. So those are the three key broad characteristics of the federal system. Now, turning to comparison of the current system,
The current system.
system of
Because
government.
you gave the example for the federal system how it's going to divide this.
Yes.
But here now on the current system, now you let us know. Yes.
Yes, the current system in South Sudan can be described as the decentralized or devolution system of governance. Now, there are key features why it doesn't satisfy the requirement of federalism. Number one is power can be devolved and it can be withdrawn by the authority that exercises that power. So, for example, the president can decide to appoint a governor and also dismiss another one, and also can also dismiss parliament at the state level, and maybe even interfere at the local county level. So, so we are the mercy of the power that has been given can also be withdrawn. And then the second one is the division of power at the governing level is not embedded in the constitution. So the constitution is not prescriptive of those powers. That is for the national level, the state level, or the county level. And if they are there, they're actually not being implemented. Thank you.
So yeah, so basically the power is in the hand of President Kiir with this system now, current system that we have. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. You know, and question 8, some people have tried to compare NAS federal system model of South Sudan to Kokora. Is there any correlation between the two? This is a very important question and need also an answer, a clear answer. Yeah, go on.
Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, we need to look at the fundamental principles and characteristics of federalism system to examine these differences, which I've just talked to you a moment ago. Number one is the principle of autonomous independence. Things like constitution, legislative, judicial, and executive and financial independence. In a federal system, those are there. In a Kokora system, those independence are not there. So, and then similarly, the principle of participation. The people will participate in amending the constitution. They will participate in the parliament, and also they will participate in electing a governor or the head of a county government, be it a commissioner or whoever or whatever it will be called. That is what we can find in the federal system. But in a Kokora system, it operates by decree. And then the other thing is when you look at the principles, the characteristic of federalism, we do have the division of powers and the governing level, which is written in federal constitution.
Yeah.
It cannot be withdrawn by a president or a presidential decree. For example, a president may decide to create another state, some new states, or reduce them as it is appropriate. That cannot happen in a federal system. In Kokora, there is no constitutional basis for division of power, which is either devolution or a central system. So, in summary, to answer your question, there's no correlation between Kokora and the federal system of governance.
Yeah, thank you. Instead, the Kokora is the system that Kiir is running the country with right now. Yeah, thank you for this little comparison. And it's very important in the federal system. You don't do degree to remove and to bring in whoever you want, or that one that you don't want also you take him out, or in federal system there is nothing like that, because you have already this amendment is there. So the president has no power because there is a absolute division of the powers, legislature or even judiciary or executive. That's the good thing about about the the federal system. The question number 9: how do we implement the federal system model of South Sudan? This is also another important question to be answered so our people can benefit. Yeah,
Yeah.
go on, please.
Clearly, federalism is is a historical demand of the people, but also a current one. Uh, we must not delay its implementation. It should start now without further delay, um, and moving forward. The type of federalism advocated, as I've discussed above, is the federal system model of South Sudan. Uh, in terms of the structure of the Federal Democratic Republic of South Sudan, it must have the federal government, the state government, which is the 10 states, based on the former 10 states, based on the 10 states. You remember there has been a issue of introducing 32 states and so forth. We
Yes.
think that because the 2011 interim constitution of South Sudan is a good basis to build on, we should maintain that. Plus the two administrative areas of Abia and Greater Tigray. And then the third level is the county governments. South Sudan also need to adopt a parliamentary democracy with the prime minister leading the executive branch of government. He or she shall be limited to a maximum of 2 terms in office. Each term is 4 years. Then there will be a sovereign council with equitable regional representation that need to be established during the interim period, transition period. The council shall have collegial and rotational presidency. The president who shall be the custodian of national sovereignty, will have power prescribed in the federal constitution. And then population census is recommended during the interim period when it is deemed safe and refugees can come home in order to determine parliamentary constituency in the country. And that is important because we cannot talk about election when refugees have not come back and we don't know the boundaries, parliamentary constitutional boundaries. And then the other last point is about how we allocate resources. NAS advocates 60% of the national resource shall be allocated to the states and counties. With that 60%, 20% is for state, and then 40% of the resources need to go to counties. This is where service delivery is needed most by our people. Then the 20% shall be for federal government at the national level, and then another 20% shall be kept as federal reserve. So the national level will keep up 40%, 20% for the federal government, and then the other 20% for reserve. Thank you.
Yeah. This is it's actually what actually amused me here is the point number 7, which is actually 60% of the nation resource shall be allocated to the state and counties. This is very good, by the way. So the people will engage themselves into service instead of being other way around. Like here now, we are seeing in the current regime, you see that the 60% is going to the state, the central government. That's why where the corruption is taking place. Like here, for instance, here 60% of the national resources shall be allocated. You say to the county, and the state and the county, and then 20% for the state level, and the 40 for the counties, which is good, which is really something great. Let's also, I don't know if you want to have some water, maybe you want to
It's okay.
drink some
We can continue.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Some people, they're saying from Clubhouse the voice is still very low. You know, yeah, you just, when you're talking, you bring that part.
Okay.
Because, yes, this is where the microphone is. Yes. Let's go also to the question number 10. What is the preferred number of the state in South Sudan. I think maybe you mentioned something with
Yeah,
your previous question, but maybe then, like that they recommended the 10 state before, and why is it like that? Maybe you can explain more here.
yeah. You remember that there has been a controversial period
Yes.
um, in South Sudan. We had 10 states, and then during a couple of years ago, there was suggestion of a number of states, which was up to 32 states. So NAS recommendation is that we should have 10 states. It's the preferable number, and it's justified because it is in the constitution in 2011. Uh, any other options, it should be left for the people of South Sudan to determine at appropriate time as part of the constitution making process or constitution conference. Several bodies, including academic groups, have recommended having 3 states of Equatoria, Madagascar, and Upper Nile, based on the former 3 greater regions. One of the reasons for having 3 states is to achieve efficiency in service delivery to the grassroots population and accommodate more mid-level civil servant and skilled human resources instead of the usually bloated constitutional and appointed official in lower level of governance,
Hmm.
which have proven to be unproductive. So it is the people of South Sudan who will determine the number of states in the federal system of governance at the Constitutional Conference. So for the time being, our NAS position is to recommend the 10 state plus the 2 administrative areas of Abia and Greater Bengal.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, because it's always in this federal system, the people are the center, like exactly the same way is stipulated in that document, and this is the reality. Because anything that uh, any amendment, it has to be by the people. So it's very important that the people also decide for that. It's true because when we got the independent, we were 10 state plus the 2 administration. This is what we inherit. So anything out of that should be only by the people. Yeah, thank you. Let's go to the question 11. On 23rd October 2021, there was a conference at the University of Manchester on sustainable peace and future governance for South Sudan. And you yourself, Dr. Voni, took part and present a position of NAS on the federal system. What were the position of the other presenter on the governance of South Sudan and the number of the state South Sudan should have? This is very important because I read your presentation, but I did not get and hold to the rest. So I just want you also to explain to the people of South Sudan about that symposium. Yeah.
Thank you. First, this was another historic conference
Yeah.
in a neutral institution so that we can have opportunity for diverse expression of views. And that was exactly what happened. Most of the speakers expressed support for federalism, although they did not touch on the type of federalism as NAS did. Some advocated for 3 regions
Mm-hmm.
or revised 5 to 6 regions. One presenter suggested 10 ethnic states, which drew a lot of criticism, including the potential for ethnic conflict, as some tribe will have no state in their tribal names, or they will feel less important if no state is allocated for them. This is premised on the fact that there are major tribes or some tribes, and therefore there's a danger that it will exclude certain tribes. So
Mm-hmm.
the idea of um, ethnic state can be a potential for future conflicts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much because for people in current situation that we have, we are not really, we should not welcome the type of ethnic federalism like in Ethiopia. This is not a good case. Look at them after 30 years. What happened? It's a serious problem. If not for some leader like Abiy Ahmed, I don't know what would have happened. But the country is still on the on the turmoil. Um, the question 12 that I also want to ask you: what does the transitional arrangement look like? You know, for instance, like maybe you talk about something like that. Yeah, can you give us
Okay.
to
We propose at the high level sovereign council. Now, during the transition period that we envisage um, after the conflict, South Sudan shall have a sovereign council. Now, the sovereign council shall have collegial and rotational presidency. The transition period shall be equally divided among the collegial rotational presidents, and shall have equal representatives from each of the three greater regions of Equatoria, Bargazal, and Upper Nile. The president of the Sovereign Council shall be agreed by the parties to the agreement. All members of the Sovereign Council must be individuals who are competent to perform their duties. Decisions shall be taken by consensus of all the members of the Sovereign Council. The following principles shall guide the selection of the President of the Sovereign Council, Prime Ministers, Speakers of the two Houses of Parliament, and Head of Judiciary. For example, if the President is from one region, then the Prime Minister shall come from a different region to that of the President. And then the Prime Minister has the executive power and shall lead the executive arm of the government. The two speakers shall come from different regions, one for House of Representatives and the other for the House of Nationalities. The speakers of the House of Representatives shall come from a different region to that of the President and the Prime Minister. And finally, the head of judiciary shall also come from a different region to the President. That's what we envisage during the transition period.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to clarify something to Mature Dut. Dr. Voni is talking about a conference that he attended in Manchester, and they all presented the federal model there, but he was surprised by some people, some parties. They were calling for three states, like based on the other former three regions, and then they are calling also for the tribal federalism, which we as NAS we are calling for 10 state, like federal system based on the 10 state. And as he also mentioned here before, that it's a classic federal system that we are looking for, and not a tribal one, because we have these 10 states plus the two administration areas that we inherited in 2011 during our independence. So he was pointing that. And I think, who was the guy who actually talked about the ethnic federalism?
We have Marwan Muhtar.
The Moran Mukhtar. Yeah, he was calling for one. Yeah, okay.
So Marwan Muhtar.
Marwan Mukhtar, yeah, during that.
I don't know whether you can see. This is a copy of the publication.
Their document. Oh, okay.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you for this clarification. Let's go to the question number 13, because we are also about almost there, and then we can give chance to 2 or 3 questions. And I have my colleagues here in the studio. They might also want to say something later on, because I'm here on Facebook, and they will control from Clubhouse. The question number 13. NAS talk about the lean institution. What is the purpose, the proposed number of seat in VEG in the House of the Representative and the House of Nationalities. Maybe you can explain this. This is also quite important.
Okay. Yeah, we envisage a lean institution. An example taken here is House of Representatives and House of Nationalities.
Mhm.
For the House of Representatives, based on a fair allocation of parliamentary seats according to populations of states, uh, the House the House of Representatives shall have a total of 180 members of parliament. The allocation of seats shall include the 10 states plus the two administrative areas of Abia and Pibor. For the House of Nationalities, the size of the House shall reflect the diversity of all South Sudanese. It is proposed that the size of the House of Nationality shall be 120 seats, and at least 50% shall be women. The House of Nationality envisaged space for every tribe where people would meet each other with respect and dignity in order to realize peace and unity. South Sudan is characterized by a diverse culture, tradition, language, religion, ethnicity, and identity. The representation of each nationality is part of nation building. Each nationality will be allowed to develop its own culture and language. This will create a condition for unity, justice, and stability in the country. So that's what we envisage in terms of lean government, a much reduced House of Representatives of 180 members, and then a House of Nationality of 128 seats. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Vuni. Yeah, that means you're working on a lean government because you want to reduce the expense when you're using a lot of fund. Yeah, excellent.
I
I think
suppose I suppose the other thing is
yes.
it is not only cost, what we can call cost effectiveness,
Hmm.
which means the cost is low, but also we get value for money in terms of what is right for the country. Uh, it's yes, it will waste money if we appoint 500 people, and
Yeah,
when 180 can do the job, why do you need to employ 500?
555.
That's right.
Mm. Yeah, plus even the capacity of the parliament is only for 250,
Yeah,
so it's overloaded.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Question number 14. The current SPLM regime in Juba has been characterized or criticized for lacking development plan for South Sudan since 2005. What is NAS national development priorities? Please.
Yes. NAS development priorities for South Sudan include, among other things, number one is good governance, institutional development. At present, we don't have good, strong institution, an inclusive institution. One of them is a federal system of governance, among others. We need to have strong fiscal policy to ensure that we have a strong economy. Infrastructural development is important, and this needs to kind of feature even our um, rural level and state level. You remember I mentioned about uh, the bulk of resources, 40%
Yeah.
should go to county. That is
Yes.
that is an essential part of this development.
Hmm.
And then we need to have sustainable and renewable energy in order to lift the to the people out of poverty, not relying on this the kind of energy which is not renewable, not sustainable, and also developing our human capital and ensuring that our citizens have employment opportunity, decent employment opportunity that can sustain good living condition and prosperity. We also need to focus on food security, agriculture, and irrigation systems. We know a lot of some of the challenges our people face because of hunger, and also it can cause more conflict because there is insecurity of food and all that kind of things. Human rights, social equity in health, gender and social protection, and poverty eradication is another priority that we need to focus on, because at the moment the human rights record of the country is stands as one of the worst in the country in the world, which is a disgrace. The other one is we need to embark on innovation and industrial development. We need to ensure that our young people, our human capitals, we give them the tool they need to innovate and to compete among nations, the world nations. The other one is the national resources, wildlife, environmental protection, and tourism. This is very important. Resources are limited. We need to make use of them wisely, and protect them as well. Climate change is a big agenda in last year's conference held in the UK, Glasgow. And we also need to play our part to ensure that we sustain our environment and protect it as well. The other priority is empowerment and protection of women. Our women have been excluded, have not been given the right they deserve in all affairs of the nation, including governance and participation in our government. Youth is another important area that we must not neglect. We must empower our youth and promote sports and recreation. Also, we need to ensure that our national heritage and culture are promoted. It's very important. We have rich national heritage and culture. And finally, we need to ensure that we have educated and informed society that we need to work towards. Let me just kind of conclude by saying why it is important to have these priorities. If you go to shop, if you go for shopping and you have $100, you cannot say everything is a priority or important. What we have had in the past, immediately following the CPA, was the government was not prepared in terms of what the priority of the country is. And it is important to articulate this priority, what you're going to focus on. If you've got, say, $100 or £100, which one are you going to prioritize for? And this is why it's important to articulate and crystallize our policy to ensure that from the day go, we can make tangible difference to the livelihood of our people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Vuni, for your time, and also for enlightening our audience or the people of South Sudan on the federal system model for South Sudan that NAS is actually uh, calling for. And before we finish here, maybe we'll take some question from Clubhouse. Now, first, let me give chance to our colleagues, Brother Dominic and Brother Simon Abui and Brother Daniel Lee. If they are around, I can give them a chance to say something. And if there are also some members or some people watching via WhatsApp, Facebook, they want to send their question, they can write it down here. And please make your question clear so then we give it to our guest here to answer. Brother Daniel Lee, I don't know if you're around. I know it's late at your end. Welcome, please.
Well, it is late, but the struggle continues. Anything for our people has no time limit. It doesn't matter. It's midnight, early morning, dawn, evening, midday. It doesn't matter. What matters is the fact that we do what we believe is right by our people. To begin with, let me greet Dr. Vuni by saying NAS Gua, NAS Power. It's good to have you before our people to try to explain to them in a snapshot what our plan for the federal system looks like, because it has been on many occasions whereby others will ask and say, where exactly is your plans for federal system? And every time we point them to the network or online where they can download it for free and read for themselves, they've come down to the point where they will say, "Oh, since when revolution is being conducted online?" And to us, to myself, to me personally, I think that is just a low IQ. When things are being made left out there for you to grab and read and digest it, and even consult Mr. Google or consult your old dictionary to find out what it means before you can come and discuss it, you're saying no, it should have been out there for the people. But then we're asking, what do you mean by it should be out there for the people? So these are the people. This is good. Now you're out here. We are saying they're hearing it from you. They will hear it from us as well. And now it's becoming clear to them that the document we keep talking about, it is online. It is there for anyone to grab. I don't need to be having copies of it so I can disseminate it on the streets like a Bible, so they can actually go and grab it themselves. And it is a reality. It shows how serious our organization is in regards to the future governance for a better life for our people. Because we've discussed a lot, especially you, Dr. Vuni, in our meetings. We have talked a lot about things that people don't discuss out. And I'm quite sure the government itself does not discuss it, apart from discussing their businesses and how to accumulate more, make use more of our resources for their stomach, to fill their stomachs and layer their pockets. Nothing to do with the people. 17 years is long enough. In any other country, 17 years would have changed the face of that country. At least the capital should have changed. My own small capital where I live now, if I don't go to the city for 2 years, if I don't go through it, the day I go through that city after 2 years, I will find things have changed. New buildings have been raised. Different things has happened. Wherever I thought the government building was, I'll be told, no, it's moved, it's somewhere else, because new things has come down. What about 17 years? 17 years could have changed the entire country, especially with the resources, the amount of resources that we have, be it oil, be it agriculture, be it minerals. All of these could have changed the face of South Sudan. South Sudan would have become the new hub of the world. People would have abandoned Dubai. People would have fly from London going to South Africa via Juba, not via Dubai. Simply because, and they will actually would love to spend 2 days in Juba, because Juba would have been a heaven. And that would be the same case for Wow, for Malakal, for anyone. But unfortunately, tribalism has killed that face. We have lost 17 years that we will never regain. Those 17 years have gone. But with our determination as NAS, we will restore what is left of that 17 years. We will bring it back. We will restore it to our people. The dignity they have lost, we will restore it for them. If there is still those who are still alive, they will find it. But their generations will grab and enjoy the full impact of those restorations. I won't be saying much yet, We have people, we will need them to increase their time, their night, their morning, their evening. They've listened to your presentation. It is for them to ask questions that they want to ask. Those who have had doubts about whether we actually have this document, now they've heard it. And if they were doubting going online, it is www.nationalsalvationfront.com. Go for it. You'll find all the documents there. And read it. If you want to then come up and challenge us from something that you have seen and it's ours, not something that you think we have it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Maulana Daniel Lee, for your input. Let me go also to brother Simon Abui. Are you there around?
Let me give this chance to Dominic first, and then I'll come after Dominic.
Okay.
Compatriot Dominic, go ahead.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Vuni, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good day you have come. And let me appreciate you for this elaborate, yet a very important document. And that is the strategic policy for National Salvation Front, especially on the issue of federal system. And like you say, this is an awaited call and a demand by the people of this country since the dawn of our struggle. And I think, like you have highlighted, it is materially in time that we avail this demand to the people. But of course, a 102-page document is not just very easy to be factored and digested by people. But the fact that you have come to elaborate it to us is another yet a credit that we give it to you. So like my compatriot Daniel has said, NAS Kua, NAS Power, People's Power, and People's Power. Now, I have captured a number of things that you have said, and I was really very satisfied. And that sums up to me the desires of, the forging of a common national identity. That is something that as South Sudanese, over the years we have seen this. It has been put into a test. And I think over the years, we are struggling to forge that unity. And I think realizing that we need to forge this unity because we have failed to do it gives us the desires that unless we looked into the fundamental structural problems that befall South Sudan, it will be very difficult for us, to realize this. And here, National Salvation Front, through this strategic document, has not only realized it, but they have also, come out with measures of how to redress it. And that is a credit that I need to give to you people in the strategic docket. I am also aware of the absence of lack of political will. This is very important because you can have people with very good intentions, but if they lack the political will, they cannot even take this country forward in terms of what needs to be done. You may also realize that from 2011, when we got our independence, we ran into a crisis in 2013. And this crisis, though senseless, like what the leaders of the SPLM would like to call, they could not even solve it. And they could not even bring this conundrum into a solutions because they lack this political will. And this lack of the political will has continued to go with them like this unabated. And if you see what has befallen this agreement to date, I think out of the 60s plus provisions and articles of this agreement, which is embedded in 8 chapters, only few of them were being selected. This in and of itself tells us that I think we need to borrow a political will. Or another word, we need to actually train our people that, this will is not just a mere word of a say, but it's something that we need to be very serious in it. Over the years, there's this undermining of judiciary and a lack of a reconciliation among our people. Good that you people have been, this document has really managed to capture this essence of our reality, because when we don't have justice, we don't have the rule of the law, then issues like equity, equality, whatever you people have captured in this strategic document will just be, some wordings that is in the paper. And but again, this document also reminds us that we need to enhance our political system and our governance system so that it can be able to meet the challenges of our day. And not that it is a perfect things, but because we really don't have it, because the establishment in Juba was constantly and continuously, refusing. And here the document is reminding them that from the onset, we, in 1955, the people of Sudan, which encompasses also the people of South Sudan, by then said that we need to have a federation. And in this federal system of government, every levels of the country will have its participation, because the divisions will be very clear. And the others will also follow. Now, one thing that I wanted to ask here as a question to you, because I will not leave you like that. From the structures that you have put, for example, the state, the federal system, the federation, the federal levels, the state level, and the county levels. It sounds to me it is more administrative federalism rather than just a fiscal federalism. Do you are you aspiring for a political, administrative as well as a fiscal federalism, or the model is actually just a fiscal federalism, because there is allocations and transfers and all this kind of stuff that we see as a failures of the current dispensation? So probably can you also shed to us the light, on this? This is my number one question. Now, number two question is: it seems that the National Salvation Front is aspiring for a presidential federalism as opposed to a parliamentary federalism. Is it so? Because I have not seen you speaking about it. And if that is so, because there are other voices, that are also calling for a parliamentary federalism, even within the alliances that the National Salvation Front belongs to it. So how can you make it so palatable and convince the people the otherwise, that, for example, the presidential federalism is good as opposed to the parliamentary federalism, and how can we, actively engage in convincing the people or the other counterparts when it comes, for example, in the constitutional making process, because any federal system has to be anchored in the constitution, which sums up the bedrock of any stability, because it is actually in that system, in that constitution, that you can be able to stabilize. But otherwise, I'd like to commend you for this, and give the National Salvation Front a thumb up, so that at least we can be able to say here is a document that we can use to convince not only the people of South Sudan, but also the other political organization that is in the political arena of South Sudan. Thank you so much. I stop here.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Vuni, I hope you catch up the question.
Yes, I've captured it, yes. Yeah. Thank you, brother Dominic. Very good question. So the first one is whether we are advocating administrative as well as physical federalism or governing level. At the governing level, that is the federal level, the state level, and the county level. So the short answer to your question is it will have both administrative and fiscal aspect of it, because the power that will be given at each one of this level will be prescribed in the constitution. They will have authority to plan how things should be run, or people can be able to plan how things should be run at the state level, county level, which include the financial planning. There are certain pertinent issues that are of particular interest for certain communities at the county level or even at the state level. So it does give power to those levels to be able to exercise those authority. You remember I put the principle of federalism, which includes autonomous independence, financial independence. So nobody can interfere. The allocated amount of resource that will be allocated at each level will be the one that each level will exercise its authority in order to plan service delivery for that particular level. So first question is both the administrative and as well as the fiscal planning will be exercised at those levels. The second question is what is it, presidential versus the parliamentary federalism? In the document we outlined there, yes, there will be president, but the system will be the parliamentary system, so that the members of parliament would be able to elect a prime minister. The party that gets the majority of members to be able to identify the prime minister will be able to have the option to do so. So we are advocating for the parliamentary system.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vuni. Dominic, I think you heard that. Yeah. Let me also check if there's a question. Yeah. Yeah, let me. There are some questions. Yama, the question should be related to federal system of governance, because we are not talking anything out of this. The allocation, the division, the division of this power levels and stuff. And you can talk about, if you attended from the beginning, then you will be able to know from where you can ask. But anything out of this topic, we can't really take the question. Let me check here, doctor. There's some question. This from Rita. Rita, in NAS, we don't have this percentage for women and so on. We are equal. Men and women are equal in NAS. So we don't. Sorry, I answered that, Dr. Voni, but this is.
Yeah, you remember that I did mention something in the House of Nationality. So we'll strive to have, as you said, equal, which is 50-50 women in the representation in the House of Nationality. So you are right. We are striving to have equality for both men and women.
Yeah, some people are here just sending they're admiring their presentation. They also want to tell you thank you. That's from also brother Onyo. Just send message. You say great that you and team are able to bring Dr. Voni to speak on the federal system document. Great job. Keep up enlightening our society. So this is from our brother here. Let me check if we have some other question on Messenger before. Let me check. Yeah. I actually don't see question here. Let me go to WhatsApp as well, just to make sure that people are all satisfied. Yeah. There's not any question from here. Only if we can open a chance for if there are some people want to come up from NAS. I mean, from the NAS forum down here, watching from Clubhouse. We give maybe 2 or 3 from the audience who want to join, and then after that we can leave you to go free.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see one person here. Okay, bring you up. Says Federico. Yeah, welcome. If you have any question, please go on. Uncle Federico. Am I audible there?
Yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are audible. It's, maybe Federico is having some problem with, but yes. Okay.
Oh, yes, he's here. Yeah. Go on, please.
I rather wait a little bit while because there are some people who are already there.
No, the chance is yours. We have all asked part of the question. If you have a comment or you wanted to add something, then you can as well go.
Okay, yeah.
We're part of the moderating team anyway.
Okay. All right, thank you, Teresa, and I thank Dr. Victor for this eloquent presentation of it is overdue. We were really expecting it from long time ago, but no problem. But it is at the end, it is there. So I think now people can know that NAS has a program. NAS has not just come out just like that, but it's coming up well equipped with programs, with ideas, with vision for the future of South Sudan. And people who are really trying to brush out the idea of federalism or asking awkward questions about federalism and trying to water it down are people who really they don't want the best for South Sudan. They don't know this federal system also brings benefits for them, for the very people who are opposing it, and their own regions. Because South Sudan is a large piece of land. You cannot govern it from central. Given that there is no even facilities for communication. There's no road networks. things takes days or weeks in order to reach from one part to another. And if anything happened in another remote part, it is difficult, even security-wise. So this is a problem. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. So federal system is a benefit for everybody. It's a win-win for all South Sudanese. And it gives you the right to participate, to have a say in the governance. So you choose your own leaders who will be presenting your ideas. If you are not happy with them, you can outvote them. So when NAS talks about people's power, this is the true people power. Delegate the power to the people. People are the ones who holds the power. So I think if we want to do some service to ourselves as people of South Sudanese, and then we are so eager for a better future for this country, as one of our friends said, South Sudan has lost 17 years, which is lost. And in these 17 years, we would have done a lot. But because there was no vision, people who are in power would not listen. They think they know all. Who knows all? Anyone who thinks that they know all is the only fool that thinks that he or she knows all. But a wise person always maintain that they are learning. Every day is a learning process. So I'm really grateful, and I maybe I may have some other comments later when I hear some more how people have taken this presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Because we are after Dr. Voni finishes, we're going to end the the show, because we're not going to make it as a discussion forum as usual. Yeah. So there is a question that I raised. I put it on the screen for you, Dr. Voni.
Yeah, I can say yes.
Yeah.
So it's a question from Guy.
He say, what's the alternative to federal system when there is no compromise to federalism? This is his question, I guess. Yeah.
I suppose the starting point of new proposal is keep the current situation, do nothing. Is option number one, and that option is the current one. And you ask the people of South Sudan, are they happy with the current system? I think the overwhelming answer is no. If it has served them very well, and people have said in the last 17 years, we wouldn't be in such a situation. So I have talked through there in terms of decentralization or centralization, whereby the president decides how things are run at different level and appoint governors, dismiss governors, and so forth. That is an option. Do people feel that is the way how to go? Clearly, for those who feel that the system benefits them, they would think we should keep that. But actually, the vast majority of people are not benefiting from that. There is no peace, there is conflicts. So federalism does give space for people to be able to manage their affairs at the local level, that is a country level, at the state level and also at the national level, where there is a mutual opportunity for people to come together, agree the form of how they can work together. It actually is a voluntary way of working together. But if you force a system, a centralized system, where it is dominated by one group or one ethnic group to the disadvantage of the other one, it is a recipe to breed violence, lack of peace, insecurity, and so forth. So I think this is not something that came out of the blue. There is historical context for the people of South Sudan since the 50s, 60s. They've been advocating for federalism, and it is also the case now. The vast majority of the people are still advocating for federalism. There may be a few people, as I said, for whom the status quo seem to be working because it favors them in terms of control of resources, and they feel things are all right, it shouldn't be changed. For those group of people, they feel that things should continue as it is. But the verdict is there for the people of South Sudan to know, is the current system working? I think the answer is very clear. It is not working. We are seeing the state collapsing. There is no peace in the country. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me take another question here. It's actually from let me take a question here from Benjamin Bongoman. Yeah. I think you answered that question before, but maybe you can still. It says, how can justice be improved in federal system of government or governance? I suppose. Yeah.
Thank you, Bongobin. It's a good question. Justice is the pillar of peace, because if there is no justice in the country, individual people affected would want to take matters into their own hand. I remember a saying by one of the Americans to say, if you deny justice, you make resistance inevitable. So it is critical. There are people who agree. So key thing there is to have independence of judiciary. The one I talk about in the federal system, the independence of judges and judiciary, which cannot be interfered with, so that people who administer justice, they feel that they have freedom to decide what is right and wrong, and it's not interfered with. They cannot be bribed, and in such a way, justice prevails in the country. And I think it is not only at the national level, state level, but it should be up to the state level and country level. So it's fundamental for justice to be improved to ensure that the judicial system remain independent. The independence of justice, judges are also respected. That way, we can be able to see justice and also peace and reduce conflict. And as I said earlier, if people feel that there is no justice for them, they will resort to resistance in order to exercise justice by themselves, which is not the way how to go. So in a federal system, we will make sure that there is justice, so that if people feel that they are aggrieved, it's a legal process that is fair, that they can trust in. That is very important.
Yeah. Let me check also this, take another 2 questions. Yeah. Let me see the question here. Okay, there's a question from Ustaz Lino. He wrote it very big, long here.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, let me also read it so then people
Yeah.
from the clubhouse say
Okay.
I'm impressed with the answers presented or present by the Dr. Voni. Now that some of those who have looted resources of South Sudan are calling for unity with South Sudan just to escape the crimes committed. What does that say?
Uh, so the challenge as a people of South Sudan is a historical struggle. People must remind themselves our ancestors started fighting since the 1950s in order to ensure that our people are free. Um, and that struggle continued uh, until when we voted to have an independent country, South Sudan, and which we achieved. And anybody who wants to steal that achievement by the people of South Sudan, it's a treason. It has to go back to the people of South Sudan to determine that kind of thing. That is a major decision. And I think the people of South Sudan have made their decision. Anybody going against that decision is clearly the enemy of the people, unless such a process also get the consent of the people. Um, Corruption, as you said, people who are committing uh, economic crimes so that they, for the short-term gain, they will sell the future of the country is clearly uh, an act of treason against the country and the future generation. It is a betrayal for the cause of the people of South Sudan, the cause that we have fought for all these decades. So I think it's very clear. Uh, we South Sudanese have the same destiny. That's why we struggle all these years to ensure that we have our freedom, the freedom of our people to live in the culture that they cherish. We have our values that we need to promote. And I think we have the temporary situation that we've got. I'm sure if people sit together, we can agree in terms of the issue of national identity, how we want to live together. Uh, uh, the point I've highlighted in the presentation is critical. We need to sit together and go through that stage of nation building, consultation among ourselves, to be able to define the nature of state we want to live in, and write that in the constitution we all kind of sign up to, so that nobody can be able to sell the future of South Sudan just by themselves. That is why it's important to have, as part of the federal system, uh, the constitution that guides us, and nobody can tamper with that constitution, or individual or group of people. It is the people of South Sudan that will decide any amendment uh, that we would have agreed following the constitution. But primarily, we need to get that constitution that binds us together as the people of South Sudan. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. There's also another question, and there's a one question that we need to make also clarification about it. Um, there's this is out of today, just for information to help our people later on.
Yeah.
There's a question from Ustaz Federico. He say, can Dr. Voni clarify the differences between Kokora and federalism, given there are clear that history is repeating itself? Yeah, and also it is actually the same like Emmanuel Guerre is saying that for me there is a confusion among South Sudanese who think federalism is Kokora. Would you mind to elaborate more on that? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Mhm.
I did answer that question.
Yeah,
The
you
short
answered before. Maybe they came late. Yeah, you
Yes,
can.
yeah. I did say there's no correlation between Kokora and federalism. Uh, there are three key criteria that we need to look at in order to answer that question. The first principle, the first is the principle of autonomous independence. In a federal system, there need to be independence in terms of the constitution. The legislature, that is the parliament, need to be also independent. The judiciary need to be independent. The executive arm of the government, as well as financial independence. In federal system, that is the case. But when you look at Kokora situation is different. You remember in the time of Numeri, this was centralized system. It was dictated, so it was not there. There was no independence of all these systems, plus judiciary, legislation, constitution, the executive, because Numeri appoints whoever is the leader in the South, including financial independence, decide what kind of resources need to be given to South Sudan, and it can take that at any time. And then the second one is the principle of participation. In the federal system, people can participate in amending their constitution, but I suppose also in writing their constitution in constitution conference. There is also participation of the people in the federal legislative institution, so the parliament, and the people can also participate in electing their governor or the head of the county government, be like commissioner. But in a Kokora system, it operates by decree. So the president can decree appointment of a governor or in removal of a governor at will. And then some of the characteristics of federalism is about the division of power at the various governing level, which should be written which is written in a constitution, and that cannot be withdrawn by a president or presidential decree. But in a Kokora system, there is no constitutional basis of how power is given out. So it can be taken, it can be given, it can be taken. And as we saw, Numeri gave the devolution to South Sudan, divided the regions, and then also abolished the system. So in that can be the case in a federal system. It is agreed by the people, and it is written in the constitution, and it is followed. And if there is any amendment, it also needs participation of the people. I hope that clarifies the difference between Kokora and federalism. They are not the same thing.
Yeah, there is actually, the problem is some people who are actually against the federalism are the one linking the Kokora with the federal system, because we know the decentralization was declared by Numeri in 1983. It was the Kokora. So there's a difference between decentralization system and the federalism. And there is also another system called central. You see, there's a decentralization, and then it's central, and then you have a federal system, and then you have so many other system of the governance. So that's the point. Yeah, this is what I want to say. They are unzimabetal. For those people who want to link this is only out of your own fear that you have in your own. So, for instance, you're living in America. Some of those people are actually who are confusing between the two systems. They are living in America. America is they are ruling the country with the federal system. Majority of those countries, even in Europe, they are all governed by the federal system. So, are you going to tell me that there is a system called Kokora? There's nothing even in the whole entire system of the governance that we know in the law. It's not there. There's no such system called Kokora. If you want to give a nickname to decentralization, then you give it kokora decentralization, but not federal system. So this is a point that I want to clarify for those who are actually trying to link between the two. They know the answer, but they are trying very hard just to confuse people. There's also one clarification message. I know this is Madit from the Lake State Media. He wrote, he said there is, it is true that there are two officers from NAS, 200 officers from NAS, led by General Martin Batale Sebit, defected to the government side. Because you know the story and I know, maybe you can clarify, and then maybe I will add something also. Yeah, go on, Dr. Van.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, given that our focus is about federalism, as you rightly
Yeah,
said at the beginning, I will focus on the federalism agenda in the discussion, so that we don't get distracted.
Yes, I will clarify that at the end. From our side as a media house as well. And there is one question from brother here. Okay, now brother Simon, we want to join. Brother Simon, welcome, please.
Yeah, thank you, Maulana Teresa, compatriot Dominic, and Maulana Daniel Lee. And also, let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Vuni for coming out today to talk about this very important subject of the federal system model in South Sudan. You know, this is the thing that I wonder why those who are always making noise, saying that you nasi mara del minda from Barnami. Now this is one of the program, and people are talking about why don't you come out and ask the question? Why you guys are scared? This is the program that we have in place that will shape our country. And now, if you have a question that you want to learn, you're supposed to come up and ask. But now look like you guys are scaring, and then tomorrow, itum badatan itum nasiajerizatu mind akombarnami. You guys are just making noise. So if you look at how confused they are, you know, how like they're always just making noise for no reason. Federal system that is going to, if it happens, take place in South Sudan, you know, it's going to be a great federal system because after the Junub Sudan, Zol why Yao Kulu Mosule I Haje. Salfakir, who are judge, who are Zol the Sunu Yanajade Kulu Fiye Bito. Is that the system Alitum Dairy? I don't believe that's the system that is actually there. Therefore, that's just where we come in with this type of system that give power to the federal, give power to the state, and give power to the counties, and all the way to Buma Payam and all that. Everybody will have their power. But after that, Jamal 39 to Sultan, degree Pijamin when Gulu Ita commissioner out, Filan Kid out, Yan Besa Jet Sakal with degree. So this federal system is the only way out that is going to save South Sudan. Because itama biligo foguzol bikunendu miskilaina sade kalas ya de no, you will have your own power. Ita lo governor, ita inda sultan beta. The state will elect you. Lo ita amul galat, it is the state to impeach you, get you out of the power. President mind the power al Birakulo be fired. The official that are elected by the people. But as of South Sudan, election, is all the elections by appointment. This is the system of Junubin there. This is where I say Junubin are confused. When I was there, I just said, SN, this is the thing. But for me, this is the way out. Federal system that the National Salvation Front is advocating for is the system that is going to save the country and is going to create a lot of jobs. Not everybody will come to Juba, go to the Stockholm for Juba. Chocolate be confident you belly. You know, everybody will have their budget. Ile ita zola al-kasalan baakulu budget bitak, and then you will held responsible. Le budget bitak al-taakul. But everybody will be given their budget for their development. Ita no deramulu you give a proposal to the paper to the federal government, and then they will give you the budget. The NASA no judge that state deramulu. They send their proposal to the president, and then the president is. Senate, they look at it, they approve it, they send you your fund. You know, I just you do that way. Like in NASA, our Junubin Al Qaeda diaspora, by knowing those systems, they are against system and law, they are no society, they are against it. Why are you the life of others and you want yourself to be better? It enjoy knowing you have all the system and body ayaja, like in the result. When we say we want this, it's a matter. So, naturally, Ulmoyon Bamul is that, or federal day system day, they ajere yani de kokora. Kokora, I don't know, kokora day to 5 mana to some kokora day rotata munuzat. Okay? It's not yani, actually, we don't need Yama kokora system that there. Okay? The federal system there is not going to chase you away. Luita Stakal, the federal. You will not be chased away. But everybody will be having chocolate because you go work in your state. If you are coming to work for the federal government, you like us. If I'm not working for federal, I'm best brave. This is a Nagula Rasta Kalina. My budget 50 state behind chocolate. I lead there and I apply for. If I get the job, it's okay. Lot of money go. No official fi capital na. Alana beg the right for they hire me. Tell me for the federal and a brave for. But within the state, this the federal, because within the state, Alta Bistakal folk. So they better avoid a lot of confusion, a lot of problems. The ISO better Stakal for life, Mabizol, Sama Bikuma, Bazar, you know, or Malan Bijakun capital city, Loderom Tel, well, wait, Sama Bikuma before. Chocolate, Bikuna everywhere, that's that bigger. Chocolate before the city. As a safe American, you leave a job today, you find another job tomorrow. But as of South Sudan physical, Shabab Galab, Agadal Abdomna, that's why Naskol Manyanga, the city Mugulu, Shabab Kasalani, Nasmogole, Dugulu, Shabab Del Kasalani. They are not lazy because there's nothing to do. Ata Nasa al Kubara al Kulumon Sakalin for Kuma, Yamadi Gadin al Abdomna. Agadin al Abdomna Kustan of the city of Mafishokol. So is that the Sokol out of dairy? But we want job, Alita Bistakal Bistak, Bitak with the fighters, ISO. So this is just what I want to add, and I just really thank Dr. Vuni for coming out today to speak on this subject, and I hope he will keep coming to educate people more about this, and we want more of our leaders to come out and talk more about some other matters. They said, Junubin, more than confused, Diamond became Gulu, into Munasi rebels, or into Minda Barnami. So we want to lay down our program, and we want to tell them so they understand. Why are we fighting the government? We want to show them that we are different than the government that is in Juba today. Because the government of Juba is the government of Talimat, government al-best Peter Ajere, the degree, but that's not the government we are hoping for. The government that we are going to form in the future is the government that you will get a job based on your qualification, not because it has to be based on your qualification. And thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, brother Simon. Thank you, brother Simon Abui, for your input.
Yes, Teresa.
Just wait a second. Just reading some of the question here. We have also General Ian Matthew, who's among the audience. He's supposed to be on the stage there. Yeah. Okay. That's no question. Okay. Uncle Federico, maybe you can go on, please.
Yeah. Just a quick comment, and maybe also to shed light on some of the questions. I think I thank Brother Dr. Vuni for his eloquent presentation and also responses to the questions. I think if we look back at the history, why today South Sudan has separated from Sudan, and historically South Sudanese, it was not their intention. They have demanded federal system from the beginning. So their denied has been brushed aside, being killed, being and then even they are being looked at as people who are against the government, who are traitors. When you at those days, when you talk about federalism, you are a traitor. So the demand for federalism is to avoid some kind of ending. Now, people talk, those who are against the federalism try to paint it as kokora, to confuse the masses who does not really understand the benefit that they are trying to reject. Here, federalism is to avoid actions like kokora to happen. So it is a safeguarding, it's bringing South Sudanese back together to cooperate. Then there is a huge task. Today, the presentation, thanks to Brother Vuni, but there is a way of education in front of us, because federalism devolves power. And when you are devolving power, you need to explain the responsibilities that comes with those powers. Because people who are ignorant, who are not educated in the federalism, the devolution of power and the responsibility, this can be a sword of two edges. It can be harmful in the future if people don't understand it. So there is a huge task. After presenting that, we need to keep talking. We need to keep educating people. Federalism comes with education and responsibility. People have to understand their own responsibility. Today, you cannot claim freedom without responsibility. You cannot claim rights without responsibility. And those are all enshrined and has to come as a package. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Dr. Vuni,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Brother Federico, for the point.
انا سامع دومينيك، ما انا قفلت الميكروفون ده عشان فederico كان في ايكو. يا انا سامع.
Okay.
Yeah, دكتور وني هسه قاعد يتكلم.
We just wanted to be sure يعني لأن أنا ما قاسمه كانوا بونس بدل المشكلة ذاتي.
No, فederico يا كان قاعد يتكلم، ده ما دكتور وني. أنا ما أعرف أنت سمعت الكلام ده. Yeah. So anyway, Dr. Vuni, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to say something. Yes, just to thank Brother Federico for reminding us about why South Sudanese, during all the decades of struggle in the 50s, 60s, the intention was not for separation, but to have a fair system within the federal system to be able to govern ourselves. But it was interpreted by the system in Khartoum as different, and so because of that lack of willingness to be able to be treated as equal citizens, this has resulted in the people of South Sudan voting to be a separate country, and that's what happened. The second thing I wanted to clarify for our audience is in federal system, we talk about division of power, because that division of power happens at the constitutional level. It is prescribed in the federal constitution. It is not devolved. The devolution is a system where it can be given and taken away, but the division of power is what we are referring about, and that division of power is prescribed in the constitution, and that is a very important distinction. And that means when you have power given to the state, to the county, nobody can interfere with, not even the president. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vuni, for your input. Let me check another. Yes, I'm just going around checking here and there because there are some questions from WhatsApp, from Messenger, so that's why I'm looking here and there. Okay. Yeah. Let me check also WhatsApp before we end up. And then Messenger. Yeah. There's no any. Maybe there's one person here, our brother General Leon, because he was he also sent a message. Yeah. Let's hear from him, and then from there, then you conclude, and then we give you time to rest, Dr. Vuni.
Yeah, thank you.
General Leon, I send you the invitation. Yeah. General Leon, mas yun, Russell Talig Dawa, and to the Tatlafo, because Ian was on the stage, but he went down. Now he has to join the stage. So yeah, anyway, meanwhile that we're waiting for General Ian Matthew, for the issue of this claim of 200 people, or let's say that the office of NAS joined the government, will also bring one document up here to clarify on that, because this is actually merely propaganda. Even Leroy yesterday, he also confirmed that he did not receive 200 people or forces. I will clarify that by the document itself. It was posted on the news. Yeah, so General Ian Matthew is not there. So, Dr. Voni, you've been with us here for almost like 2 hours. And so we really want to appreciate your coming, for clarifying and also answering our 14 questions plus the question from the audience, from both medias, whether WhatsApp, Messenger, Clubhouse, and Facebook. We want to appreciate your coming, and also for enlightening our audience on the federal system model for South Sudan. The last question that view you want to tell us before you go, you want to emphasize for this federal system, why is it important, and then you conclude and we say good night.
Thank you, Sister Teresa. Thank you, our audience, for listening all this time. I think the key thing I want to recap is why federalism. If we want to realize a peaceful and prosperous South Sudan, federalism gives us the best chance. We have done a lot of homework to be able to arrive at the federal system model of South Sudan, the one we are recommending. It is based on the realities of the country, the root causes that I went through that are important for us to address. And one way of addressing it is the federal system. It is a fair system. It is not taking something from one group to give it to the other. It is a system to create a space for people. There are differences, and we need to acknowledge those differences and give opportunity for those differences to thrive. Differences in the sense of challenges in different parts of the country or states or counties. One state may be different from the other, or one county is different from the other, similarly for the state. So there is good reason why states should be given power. And that power is not simply given by the head of state. That system needs to be embedded in the constitution. And that constitution needs to have the will, the consent of the people. Through the process of making the constitution, it shouldn't be a few people who don't have the mandate of the people to make it. The people need to be part of that constitution making process and agree how they are going to be governed. In order to prevent future conflicts, we have been in conflict for decades. In order to prevent future conflict and live in peace, federalism is the way forward. It also helps us now to focus, instead of fighting each other, we can focus on development. And it is a good basis where you can say how maybe one state is doing because opportunity has been given to individual states. When you see somebody else doing better, you learn from it. And if you fail, other people can learn from it as well in that state. But there is room for supporting each other, each state. It is the historical demand of the people, and I think there's overwhelming support for federalism. For those who fear that federalism is opera, that is not the case. And we think that through federalism, we can be able to realize one of the key strategic objectives of NAS, which is to establish a federal democratic system in South Sudan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vuni, for this special interview with you today. As the NAS Chairman of National Strategic Policy Secretariat, and you talked today about the federal system model for South Sudan from the perspective of national development. Thank you very much. And Nasgoa.
Nasgoa, people power.
Yeah, people power. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so now we ended with the interview with Dr. Vuni, especially here on Facebook. I actually want to go to the this propaganda which made by the SS TV or whatever, South Sudan TV. For some of you, because for us, we know how the government in South Sudan is doing their thing. Martin is a brigadier. He actually promoted himself just a few weeks ago to be a major general by himself. All this time he was in camp. For some of you to notice, I'm speaking here now as member of Information Committee in National Salvation Front. So the other thing, he was in IO. It's true he was in IO, and then he joined NAS. But for a long time, he was in camp. He was not on the ground, and he was also feeling sick. So the people who approaches him, his brother Albiro Siata, he was also an IO before, And some of you have seen him about maybe 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, he joined the government. He left IO and then joined government. Those are the people who contacted Martin Sebit Batali. And plus the office, or let's say the how do you call it, the embassy in Uganda. So the shokol bita security shokol ta samsara to arfin kalam da. Nas huwa udu bita nas, lakin nas the rest that he collected with him, those are not the nas al-humma lagato عشان يزيد عدد بتاعه عشان يعمل له شوية كلام. This is something that you people should know. And to add into that, even Lul Roy by himself, the City View newspaper, Umbare betarik yom talata ushirin, who he even denied that there is no 200 members that join us. طبعا ده عارفين ده شغل بتاع propaganda. ده نفس حاجة اللي كان الناس وريلي عملوا ومشوا في جوبا. كده نرفع كده let me just take كده نعمل sharing لنيوز ده عشان انتوا تشوفوا براكم، عشان الجنوبيين ما يخموكم ساكت بالخلا، يسوقوكم بالخلا. شوفوا يا هو ناس اللي في كلاب هاوس ممكن ما هيشوفوا، لكن يا هو you can see here the post is there. The city review. SSPDF denies receiving Chirilo's men. مكتوب هناك، أنا رفعته هنا. If you go and read، عشان احنا نقدر نكون آمنين وإننا قاعدين هنا في ميديا، عشان المواطن يعرف شنو قاعد يحصل. Let me just read and zoom in. Under this headline, you see defection rumors emerge from the NAS holdout group with allegations that 200 forces joined the SSPDF in the latest fallout. However, Major General Lulroy has denied it. You go to the page 10, you read the details there. So Nas al Martin Sebit Batali, we will not deny him. He was with IO. He joined us. But the big lies that they put it there, that they have joined 200 join the government, is a total lie. Even the other time, the 4 guys from Egypt, they went, the 4 guys from Egypt gal joined Molong. Masha galu 700 or whatever number kind of them. So this 1500. Yes, thank you, brother. 1500. This is what we are telling you. الكذب حبل بتاعه قصير. انتوا شفتوا هسه وين 1500 ده بتاع 3 نفر ده كانوا هم 4، مش واحد رجع والثاني ده ذاته اخر في النص كده ما وصل قدام ده بتاع ناس مولونج قال defected from NAS and then they joined Molong قال 15,000. هسه 15,000 ده وين؟ The same thing as del جايين هنا قال 200 قال join the government. Now even Lul, as a spokesperson of the SSPDF, he denied that. It's true that Martin Doma Shabara as an individual, and then he collects some other friend with him so they can look that to make him look big in Juba, to make him look as he promoted himself from brigadier to become now a major general. So another nagul le nasal fi Juba de. Ito alitu batamal fi de jerima fi haq bita Junub Sudan zat. So you guys have seen this. The man I good to your newspaper. You can see by yourself. You see? You can see by yourself the city review. Saturday, alela dark Saturday, alela day, Sunday. Saturday 23rd, today 24th. Kalam do mbare de. Lano there is no 200. Fizol wahida na dezol anna benarfo. Al huwa Martin Sebit Batali. We will not deny him. He was with NAS. He was an IO, and then he joined NAS. And then he also reside all this time هما كان في غابة كتير. يعني ده بس to make a clarification, because we need to be we have to be honest with our people when we're talking to people. We shouldn't fool our people. Now to tell you, to show you who is fooling the people of South Sudan, those defectors plus the national TV with Sudan is airing lies, making propaganda to the people, which is not good. يعني hasa zato anna zato alasi fi forum ya fi Facebook television masakin da anna zato ya become even more يعني ethical, لانه احنا نيجي نتكلم هنا بنجيب دليل, we bring evidence. So this is a point that I want to make to my brothers, and that question was also by the Lake State Media who is more Medit. You already got the answer, brother. So there is no any 200. And also for my brother Felix, you send me a message that you've seen this on the SSTV. There's no such 200. Yeah, but the nukta bas ana der namul they juzu min propaganda bita hakuma bita Silva Kir. So yeah, so we should not just really believe everything. المهم انا داير ندي فرصه لاخوان بتاعي هنا. انا شايف جنراليا جا فوق ندي فرصه جنراليا وبعد ذاك يلا ندي فرصه لبقيه الناس في on the stage. يلا احنا نعمل conclusion. انا ما هاقفل الفيسبوك, هيواصل عشان نسمع راي بتاع جنراليا نطي كمان. تفضل جنرال.
Yeah, well, thank you so very much, Lana Teresa. And I would like to extend my greetings to the rest of the moderators and your guest, the guest of our diversity for today, Dr. Victor Vuni, plus the audience. The question of federal system is an important question that comes in, first of all, to cement and resuscitate a dream of our people that in so many attempts by the then Khartoum regimes as well as their cohorts in South Sudan to actually crush it and kill it. This is number one. Number two, it comes in as an answer to a very big hurdle that is not answered to date. People have been very busy talking about who would rule the country and who should reign in the country. But that was not very basic, because who reigns comes as people's interest and people's choice. But then the people's choice and people's interests are informed and guided by criteria that is often enshrined in a clear political and ideological program. This is what we know. And so in the history, as Uncle Federico mentioned earlier, it has been a demand of the majority of South Sudanese that the country be federated to answer the question of how to rule the country and not who. Now, answering the question of how sets the benchmarks, sets the clear principles, sets the maxims, sets the values, and so generally it's about criteria, a system. And once you have those benchmarks, the right person will definitely come on that given mirror automatically. This should be that ideas, that command of that takes power back
and wealth back to the honest, to the real honest. And these are the people. Remember the word, the people. The power and the wealth belongs to them. A government is not anything but a servant and a minister of the people that is assigned to come back to the people. Even in democracies, they are elected, but in anything that they do, they are supposed to come back to the people. And this is just to suggest, as Dr. Vuni spoke about very clearly, and so many of the moderators commented on that. Why isn't it confusing people? But historically, it pains me when somebody asks that question and relates it, gal kokora. Kokora bita shunu daya hu kalam jalaba zafi ya Maulana Teresa. Jalaba da inta gallek da shunu.
Jalaba da biga.
When our
Mind alone.
Yes, when our people demanded for federation, Wali Kora Kule gal day in Fasal, gal no federation for one nation. The Munuma Arab al Kalam. Jalaba Judet, ala hasab Dictor Lukabium, the man a gutu, who fail and did Jalaba Judet, our Jalin and Judet. Yiji Sarule gal the Kokora. Yaki Khali Abga Kokora, Nena we know, Nena direction. Lakin, Doman, they are doing it. Actually, to mischief البيكتشر بتاعت NAS. السبب شنو؟ The question is to mischief the people and tell the people إنه جبهة خلاص ده بتاع Equatorians. هم قاصدين كده أصلا يا مولانا تريسا، ما في كلام تاني. وده كلام هيستمروا يقولوا.
بالضبط كده.
Because they meant it. ده نفس كلام بتاعت الناس اللي بيفتكروا قالوا هم ذاتهم معارضة. ده نفس كلام حكومة سبميت ليزل جماعة خان قالوا هو ده زول انفصالي واوتوماتيكلي جماعة خلاص ده زول انفصالي. معناه ده هنا سكوكرا ذاته. دي المعارضة الثانية الكوهتس بتاعت رجيم يا مولانا تريزا. افهموا كلامي ده كويس يا جنوبي. وده كلام مكرر يعني نحن ما فاضيين نجاوب على ده. شفت ازاي مع الجمل بيمش الكلب ده هيظل ينبح. وكلام ده قال له جنرال مالون، قال توماس مع الناس دي ده حركة انفصالية، وقال له ادى دعوة للناس بتاع توماس. يا اخي نحن وقعنا معاك اجريمنت ده ذاته عندي. انا اي هوب انه تريزا تعمل لي استضافة. I will come and read it. قال توماس قال ناس يحاربوا في استوائية. يا هو نفس مديد ده ذاته يا هو قاعد يجي يقول بيسأل سؤال بتاع كوكرة ده. الطيور على اشكالها تقع يا مولانا تريزا. Birds of the same feathers they flock together. We should not waste our time. أنا أصلاً ما كنت داير أتكلم كثير. كلام علمي وكلام عقلاني ده ما بيقروا. مش فوقه واقرأ لنفسك بعدها تعالي ناقشنا. لكن زول ما بيقرأ بس يطق راسه في حيطة. إنه ناس توماس ده ذاته يا هو كوكرة وطوالي يعملوا كود جبهة خلاص دي ليه هم دارين فيدراليزم معناه هم دارين انفصال. يا اخي نحن لو دارين انفصال انت حتمنعنا؟ خايفين منك؟ الجلابه دول منعوا ناس من انفصال فوق كم سنه، ضيعوا اولادهم، الخش جنه العرسوا له هور العين، في النهايه جنوب مش انفصل. ونحن دارين ننفصل مع it is a public demand. وين المشكله؟ نحن بنخاف من مديد ولا من ملون ولا من اي جناح احمر؟ ما يا هو كلامنا قاعدين نقول وانتم بتدفعوا لنا ما هي ولا بتعرسوا لنا ولا نعرس لكم. ما لازم الا نتكلم معاكم بلعامه زي دي. لانه انت عليك الله لو ما عندك موضوع ما تضيع زمن الجنوبيين. عشان كده دي سيره ده لازم تطلعكم. الكذاب قالوا هو معارض وغشتم.
وانا بالمناسبه ده الناس اللي بيتهموا ناس انه حركه الانفصاليه ده بالمناسبه يا مولانا انا كلام ده كنت قاعد اكرره. وانت قال لك الوفد مشى منو لطالما مالون حب انه يفتح الملف ده. انا يا ابو رئيس الوفد يا تريزا المثل يا مالون.
ما عشان كده انا ذاته وما قال ملون مش قال هو يا ورسل، قال هو يا رسل الناس. عشان كده يوم انا بستضيفك في الكلام ده ذاته ملون ده
يا
له
اخي
ردم.
استضيفيني وانا بجيب الاتفاق ذاته ونجي نفرتكم.
ما
وبعدين
في
الزول
مشكله.
اللي وقعنا معاه الاتفاق الاسبوع الثاني مشى جوبا ثاني سكتنا. دي المره الاولى لما اجتمعنا مع مالون. المره الثانيه وديناه حتات غريبه يا اختي. خلي دي انا المشيت مع مخله يا مولانا تريزا. انا المشيت مع مخله ما زلتاني. انا هو رئيس الوفد ارسلوهم من جبهه خلاص الوطني. انا المشيت خلا وهي تخلا مع غابات الاستوائيه الرحيمه في ادغال. انا وديتهم هناك قال عندهم جيش وهم ناس وطنيين ووديناهم هناك عشان نحن نكون. تجي تقول لي نحن انفصالين. انا لما وديتكم خلا ده منو عمل لكم حمايه؟ ده منو ما عمل لكم حمايه؟ ما كان ينطقكم في راسكم تخ تخ تخ. مش قلتوا نحن انفصالين؟ انا I will mention them الكوماندرات اللي مشوا معي ما طلعوا لك ولا جندي واحد. كذاب يجي يقولوا لنا كلام فارغ زي ده. ناس كبار يكذبوا باسم ناس في الجنوب. and all of them were very happy. اوكي انه ما لون اكد انه جبهه خلاص ده بتاع كوكرة وبتاع الانفصال. لكن we are talking about federalism is an answer to an unanswered question اللي هو كيف يحكم جنوب السودان. ما من يحكم كيف يحكم نحكم البلد ده كيف. and by the way is one of the root causes. في ناس بيفتكروا انه بس we will just go and sign an agreement and go to Cuba. والله كذابين والله كذابين. نحن انتوا قال لكم النوع اللي بيشترونا يعني شنو يشترونا؟ يعني ما كلنا كان التعليم ده عندنا، كان العسكريه ده عندنا، كان السياسه ده بنعرفها كويس، كان جنوب يا اخي كل الناس عندها نضالات. الناس اللي بيجي بيكذبوا ما for the first time they came فشلوا قال توماس سرق 10 مليون. ده اول كبوبار هم جابوا يا تريزا لما جبهه خلاص اعلنت عن نفسها
بالضبط من توماس
سرق 10 مليون. والله 10 مليون ده نلقاه في ناس قربت اقول كلام خطير. في ناس والله بيكبوا مويه في سرايرهم. نحن بمجهودات بتاع شعب جنوب السودان نحن قاعدين نناضل ما حراميه. وتوماس ده كان ماسك ماليه ماشي لقى القروش دي وين؟ ما كرم. لما عرفوا انه فشلوا في البروباغندا حقتهم هم ذاته مشى قالوا لناس في الاقليم نمشي اي حته في الاقليم بيسالونا اسئله حتى الاجانب but why are you working for separation؟ لانه هم المشى قالوا للناس في الاقليم قال ان احنا حركه انفصاليه. برضه اشتغلنا في دي ما نفعل. ثاني قال ده حركه بتاع ديكوتوريا. ثاني وصلوا قال ده حركه بتاع باريا. بعد شويه بالمناسبه يا تريزا هيصلوا لما يقولوا ده حركه بتاع جنوب باريا. والله عشان توماس رجع بعد شويه هيمشي يقسموا ذاته جنوب باريا
في وسط
يقولوا ده حركه
في وسط
رجاف.
ده وسط.
ده البشر because they don't have a program and they want to waste our time. When we speak logical things دارين يسألوا أسئلة بتاع شفع زي ده. أقرأ يا أخي أقرأ يا مديد. قريت أنت قراية بتعرف ألف باء تاسع ولا أنت زي الدكتور قادر يفتح كلام هاوس يمدد؟ يا أخي don't waste our time يا أخي. والله أنا زعلان يا مولانا التريزي. زول يجي يتكلم يا هو شايف ناس من حتات مختلفة من جنوب السودان and they want us to come. زول يجي يقول لكم قال ناس ده ليه يستوعين بس انت عرفت يستوعين بس كيف؟ ده ما سؤال بتاع أمنجية عشان انا اقول انا عندي كده فلان من شلوك من منطقة كده واسمه كده وقاعد في امريكا او قاعد في ملكان. ده الحاجة اللي هم دايرينه قال عشان نثبت عليهم. يا اخي انا مرتك ولا انت راجلي؟ انا ما الدوكيومنتس حقتي I'm saying I am a national movement. if are not a national movement and the federal system we are talking about, them are unity for diversity. Like, how do you manage this diversity? This is the question you are unable to answer. For us in NAS, it is a strategic question. Is one of the root causes of our hurdles, and if not answered, inshallah, South Sudan they fartik. We cannot just stay in a country where we are led with no system. عشان كده هم زعلانين يا مولانا لأنه الناس ديل ما دايرين سيستم. يعني هم دايرين بس نجي نحكم ونتكلم كلام معسل زي حقتهم. قال our problem is the leadership. بالله is the leadership. هسي كلام ده منو؟ It's just the leadership. Leadership كيف؟ هو أنا ذاته what brings in leadership? It is a criteria that we agree on. Now, what we are saying in the National Salvation Front is first of all, let us put a system. Let us put criteria. Let us put principles. Let us put values. Once we have those things, the right person will come into the right place. لأنهم عارفين إنه لو السيستم ده جاء مولانا تريزا سلفة ده ما بيجي. سلفة ده بيجي في ياتو دايرة في بحر غزال ده في بحر غزال ده في وراب ده. سلفة ده ما ممكن يفوز تاني يا مولانا تريزا. And take this from me. لو في السيستم أسي سلفة ده بيجي عشان هو داق الناس بيسيل وضرب مسدس ومشغلة كجور من نيجيريا وواحد تاني كجور من النيل الأزرق. دين المدورين الدولة. And they don't want to talk about systems. And this is the problem here, Junubin. When we talk about root causes, تفتكر root causes شنو؟ يعني زول قال يكون root causes إنه ما أدوني تمام. يعني كلامه ما أدوني تمام. قال ويا يا جاك ما كان بيعرف تمام الجيش. أنا ما أكون بعرف تمام الجيش. منو كان جابوا شيء وستاف ما بيعرف تمام الجيش. هو ما عشان ما في سيستم. عشان كده دايرين نجيب الفيدرالية. الفيدرالية دي دايرين نجيبها. وبالمناسبة لما زول يقول لي devolution بس أنا قاعد أكورك ذات قاعد أدور أمسك بيدنا نتشاكل تاني. The power and wealth that should be divided to the people. عشان ما في زول يجي يفهم لنا بينه غلط إنه أنا in the central there are powers that are devoluting to the people. ما في ده ثروات بتاع الشعب وده سلطة بتاعت الشعب. الحاجة اللي بنعملها إنه نكافئ. يعني هسه أنت وريني يا مولانا تريزا اللوجيك شنو؟ إنه أستاذ قاعد مثلا في لبنان يدق قروش بسيط والأستاذ القاعد في مدرسة في جوبا يدق قروش كتير. قال عشان عاصمة. كده يتخيل يشوف الجهل ده دايرين يخمونا بينه. إذا أستاذ بيخدم في بلده إذا هو من الرجاف نحن المدرسة ودينا له هناك عملنا له شارع عملنا له مستشفى هناك. حتى قضايا بتاعت الأرض دي نتشاكل فيها. حتى قضايا بتاعت الأرض دي نتشاكل فيها أصلا. ودي أهم فدراليزم كالمدرسة وبتجيب لك سبب غلط ولا حاجة بتجيب ناس عادت فيك. أوكي عشان الأفراد يقدروا يستفيدوا. ده الكلام اللي قاعد يقول فوق الدكتور فوني كبير. زول يجي يسألك سؤال قال علاقة بتاع فدراليزم مع كوكرا شنو؟ ده سؤال؟ ده سؤال ده؟ أصلا يا مولانا السؤال ده قاصدين عشان بس يضيعوا زمننا. لأنه هم فشلوا في البروباغندا. في تنظيمات سياسية ورقة ما عندهم يا مولانا تريزا. لكن ما عندهم في تنظيمات سياسيه واوراق حقتهم كله مليان. زول يخش جوجل بس ينقل كوبي بيست
هسه مش التانيين سرقوا برامج بتاعنا عديل كده، سرقوا عديل كده، ما شغلتوا في حاجاتهم.
والله لو سرقوا علينا كويسه. الزول بيسرق برنامجنا ده يكون ريحنا. المشكله انا كعب اللي بيمشي جوجل ده ينقل برنامج بتاع الليبر بارتي ما فاهم فوق اي حاجه. انا كعب من كده انه مانيفستو بتاع بارتي كامل يكون ملون. ده المرجعيه. والله خايف الجنوبيين دي.
الحس ردموا دي.
هسه نخرب محاضره الغيبه بتاع الدكتور فوني.
لا 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 ادرش، لا ما
اسمع يا جنراليان، ما هي دي التخريمه ذات
رمضان ده وين ومشى وين؟ تخريمه قلت لك. So what do you want يا جنوبين؟ أنا في جبهة خلاص الوطني برنامجنا واضح. نحن دايرين نظام فيدرالي. النظام الفيدرالي ده بيرجع السلطة والثروة للشعب. النظام الفيدرالي ده بيضمن لنا إنه أي زول في الجنوب ده لاقي حقه. النظام الفيدرالي ده ما ممكن يسمح ذاته إنه يستغلوا أي مورد في بلد وما نعرف إنه السكان بتاع المنطقة المعينة ده القاعدين فوقه من سنيك وحفظوا الأرض ده بس يجي يفوتوها لهم بمزاج بتاع النظام المركزي. قال كلام ده جاء من زول كبير. شوفت البلد ده كلنا خبار. كلام زول كبير بتاع السنتراليزم ده كلام فارغ ساكت. وإذا الناس ما دايرة فدراليزم ده هم ذاته ما جادين في برنامج إنه البلد ده يمشي قدام. أنا ليه أقعد معك؟ This South Sudan ذاته why should I be with you if you think إنه الثروة حقتك والسلطة حقتك والشعب سيد السلطة والثروة يكون مهمش. Why do you think so? Why should I be in such a country with you? في ناس بيفتكروا إنه مشكلة بتاعت بلد بس إنه ده سلفة، لكن سلفة ده بيمثل سيستم عندنا في جبهة خلاص. وأي زول تابع للسيستم ده بيمشي. وبالمناسبة جبهة خلاص دي قاعدين ممصدر لفدراليزم بس is because you have not taken time to read the documents. نحن فصلنا على وضع بتاع جنوب السودان والواقع حقتنا. The only hurdle is that you people you don't want to read, you don't want to take time and nurture yourself لأنك عندك ناسوفوبيا. في مرض جديد يا مولانا تريزا ده نسميه ناسوفوبيا. These people are nasophobic. عندهم فوبيا بتاع جبهة خلاص. وده بالمناسبة بيزيدني فخرا واعتزاز. أنا بيزيدني فخرا واعتزاز. وهيتكلموا كده يحوهوا لحد يوم الدين. لكن الحقيقة تبغى إنه الشعب ده هو المرجعية حقتنا في كل شيء. عشان كده ما تسألنا ما هو أصلا من المفروض يكون National Salvation Front، يعني يكون NSF. نحن قصدناه إنه يكون ناس عشان يوريك من البداية إنه المرجعية حقتنا. Our reference is the people of South Sudan. السفرين حقته and their dignity is what informs our political program. Our program is not alienated just Google for no reason. Of course, this is not to deny that there are human beliefs that we share as human beings in the world. زي الفكرة بتاعت فيدراليزم ده هي فكرة بدت، لكن الناس قاعدة تفصلها على حسب الواقع حقتهم. عشان كده we are talking of federal system model for South Sudan. This is what we are saying. وده الكلام الدكتور فوني بيقولوا قبل من الصباح. لكن لأنك عندك ناسوفوبيا ما داير تدي لنفسك فرصة تستمع إلا تقول كلامات بتاع شفع بس like a kid. لأنه ديل عارفين إنه لما يسحبوا منهم بيزا هيقعوا في ورطة. على كل حال انا بجي هنا الا لو في كلام تاني. على كل حال انا محتفل يا مولانا تريزا، انا محتفل حقيقي. انا محتفل وما فاضي اي زول بيقول اي كلام بيقوله because I know what we are doing. واهم حاجه عندي راسي مرفوع انه انا بعرف جماعه خلاص دي دايره شنو. لكن اللي بيجي بيتكلموا ديل انه نحن انفصاليين وكوكرة ووات ايفر، ما قالبنا ولا بنرجع لاي زول، بنرجع لشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. اما انصاص المعارضه ديل والحكومه ما في فرق بين ورل وشربه بتاعت ورل. Don't tell me ما في difference between a chameleon and its sauce.
ناس قوة
ولا السوب حقته. ناس قوة.
People power.
We shall continue as long as the people of South Sudan are with us. راسنا ده مرفوع. Thank you so very much.
هذا كلام مليان يا
Thank you General.
شكرا أستاذ رزا. خليني أقول كلمة صغير كده.
Okay.
ضروري جدا يعني. لأنه وفعلا شوية الشرزة مديل عذبونا لدرجة إنه الواحد يعني أنا مع جنراليين تماما إنه الواحد بيستغرب. Why don't people read? Since you know how to write your name, why don't you read them? Go and read. بدل ما تشغل نفسك ومبرجل نفسك. لكن أنا I have my own reason as to why they don't want to read. خليني أقول الآتي. إذا كان معروفة أو النظام الفدرالي الأمثل لجنوب السودان اللي احنا اقترحناه كويس في جبهة الخلاص، ما في فرق بينه كثير من الحاجة الحاصلة، الجودة الحاصلة حسن في النظام. إذا كان في الأول احنا خصصنا في النظام المقترح من عندنا في جبهة الخلاص واضح فيه قبل الدكتور فوني قرأ المحل كويس وعجبني ووصل فيه قام قرأه براحة عشان البجم يفهم. يا أخي النظام ده بيخصص 60% من الموارد القومية إلى الولايات كويس، والولايات بدورها بيقوم بيخصص من الموارد ده نسبة مناسبة للتمويل المشاريع الحيوية في المقاطعات وإلى الآخر. طب نشوف المقابل عند النظام هنا الحصل عاملين في النظام مخصصين ما بين 98% من موارد الدولة ووظفوها وين؟ لممالك بتاعهم الشخصية كويس، من الزوجات والعربات والبيوت والحاشية وبعض الأعمال الاستثمارية في الأغلب الأحيان.
في كاتيجوري أنت خليتهم يا أستاذ دانيال ديل الكونكيوباينز.
Yes. Thank you. كويس. طب الحالة ده ما ممكن يحقق فيه اللي يتحقق. الحالة اللي هم فيه ده اللي هو الحالة اللي هم متمسكين بها ما ممكن يكون عايش في تحت المظلة بتاعت النظام الفدرالي الأمثل اللي احنا بنقترحه اللي نقترحناه. ما ممكن. هم عارفين كلام ده كويس انه ما هينفع، لأنه في النظام ده هيجي ظروف بعد كده. الظروف اللي هتجي ما هي في حاجات بسيطة. ما تعرف الإنسان لما يتعلم يكون حرامي كويس هو بيفتكر انه المفروض الدنيا كلها تكون مستغفلة الحاجة اللي هو بيعمل، لأنه هو بيكون قاعد عنده استعداد انه يفسر الحالة بتاعه ده بيعطوا حالة. ده moment we talk about الفدرالية لا من يقول لك لا 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 أصلا الفدرالية ده يعود رجعوك كورة زي ما جنراليين شرعوا في أسباب زيادة من كده. في أسباب زيادة لأنه في ظل بتاع النظام الفدرالي اللي نقدر نقترحه هينضب مصدر السرقات الكبرى دي. مصدر السرقات دي هيختفي هيتلاشى. It will dry out. Why? Because now هم في ولايات بتاعهم الميزانية اللي فيه بيجي محدد معروف وين، وهم هناك زي جرزان في صحراء مكشوفين. انت تلمس دولار واحد اي زول بيجي مثلا ودولار واحد ده وينه؟ هم لما يكون في تحت النظام الفدرالي هم ما هيقدر يلقوا ناس تانيين لهموم. مع هسه هم قاعدين يلقوا ناس لو هم في السرقه اللي شغالين فيهم هيقول لك والله ما اعرف مشى لوين، ما اعرف مدى في شنو، ما اعرف مشى في شنو، لانه في الزحمه بتاعت مونيا لانه قاعدين فيه حسن. لكن في ظل النظام الفدرالي ما فيش اي زول هيعرف الهموم خالص كويس. هينتهي مرحله التوريث الدوله لابنائهم، ما هيعرف يورث الدوله لابنائهم. هسه كلامي وكلامكم احنا شايفين كويس الدوله مورث، جنا منو سفير وين، جنا منو ده مدير وين، جنا منو المرحله ده هينتهي، ما فيش توريث. انت بدراعك وبكفاءتك، وبعد كده الناس هيحددوا انه بدراعك وكفاءتك ده كله لو انت ما عاجبهم ما بيجيبوك، ما بدوك اي منصب ذاته. اذا كان حتى غفير في مدرسه، غفير في غش مدرسه ما هيدوك له وانت كفء، لانه الناس هم المستفيدين الاول والاخير، هم اللي هيحددوا هم عايزين شنو. هينتهي مرحله التفعيل النظام الحالي اللي هم شغالين فيهم زي ما هم عايزين. كل زول يقوم صباح ما دام يقول ندار نمشي نيروبي نعمل شوبينج، ويمشي يده فادي صباح لحد الساعه 10 يرسل سواق ورا في بيت للمدام ببريف كيس فوق $20,000. هيكون ما في، هيكون ما في. فهي ده عشان كده هم شويتين الشرذمه الفاهمين الكلام انه النظام الفدرالي هم فاهمين كويس ما له علاقه بكوكورا اصلا، لكن لانه هم عايزين يستفيدوا من حكايه انه المواطن الجنوبي 80% منهم اميين، يعني ماسكين في اهلهم ديل. لا والله تعرف نظام فدرالي الجماعه قاعدين نتكلم فوقه ده عشان كوكورا، يعني عشان كده بيجينا اشكال ديل بيجي بيقول لنا هنا ورينا انتوا ماشيين من نظام كوكورا بتاعتهم ده، ما بس ده تجيبوا بطريقه ثانيه مقلوب. وكوكورا كمان داري يشيلوا سلاح، لو مشى له سلاح في المرحله الاول لما كان حصل دور يدار يشيلوا سلاح في الدور عشان يجي ثاني. فانا انا بجيب هنا سيستر تريزا مولانا اسمه جنراليا مشكلتنا العرب يقول مشكلتنا عويصه، مشكلتنا عويصه لكن ليها حل، ليها حل. ما في حاجه اسمها ما ليها حل، ليها حل. والحل اهو شو اختفوا زي الجرذان. كل يوم وينو برنامجكم، كل يوم وينو برنامج. ها جبنا برنامج ده بس جزء من برنامج، ده ما برنامج كامل، هذا ده جزء بس. هم وين حسن زي الجرذان لما الكنائس يظهر لهم كلهم بيكون في حفرة، ولا زي الفيران حتى. ولو ذاته واحد ضرب حسابات كويس بلقى الفيران احسن منه. شكرا جزيلا.
فضل دومينيك. يلا بدك ندي فرصه برضه
لا بس بعدين فيران ولا فارات. انا ما قبل كنت عنه الدوكيمنت 102 الجماعه ما بقروا زي كلام بتاع هويه، جماعه ما بقروا لانه لو كانوا هم بقروا كان يجوا عشان يسالوا اسئله، لكن ما بقروا بسمع كلام. يعني ده الناس بسمع كلام من كشوم مكوي كشوم جوشو كشوم بتاع يجي هناك شاغبون كلام من ميديا حاجه بسيط كده. الدوكيمنت ده يا اخوانا مفصل.
الثقافه بتاع الشمارات يا باشمهندس دومينيك
يا وده بالضبط.
يعني الثقافه السمعيه بتاع الشمار انه فلان قالوا ما ادري
ما في كله الشمارات. والله شمارات لما بتفادي كمان. ودوما المشاكل بتاع الحركه الشعبيه ده قاعد تبدا في الشكل بتاع شمارات. بينقلوا من رئاسه بتاع الزول للرئاسه بتاع فلان، رئاسه بتاع فلان. سرانا ما انت بتجي تلقى انه الناس خشوا في مشكله، لكن ده ما موضوعنا. الدوكيمنت ده يا اخوانا مفصله، يعني حتى بيتكلم عن الاوبشنز ده الطرح الناس قدمتها، وبيتكلم عن classified federalism وفي appendix by the way. بس امشي اقروا لنفسك. ما قلنا انه ياخذ فدراليه ده one size fit all، ما قلنا الكلام. قلنا انه حتى الكلاسيكال فدراليزم اللي احنا بنعرفه انه فوق الليفلز بتاع حكومه كويس في كل فدراليه في ليفلز بتاع حكومه. لكن حتى الكلاسيكال فدراليزم ده is informed by our socio-cultural and political realities. ده يعني فدراليه بيتماشى مع وطننا بتاع جنوب السودان ده. علما انه احنا عندنا تجارب طويله جدا في اداره بتاعنا because يا جماعه ما there are kings and kingdoms كانت تترعرع في ذاك الجنوب السودان ده. دي كلام ما ساكت. عشان كده احنا لما نجي واحد يجي يتكلم عنه والله يا اخي كوكورا ده يا فدراليه انت بتضحك. ده بياته منطق ده في زمن بتاع ناس. لكن طبعا المشكله بتاع ناس مولانا هم عندهم نفس طويل. ده رشر على كانه جينا ده في سنه رابعه ولا سنه كم. لكن ما بفهم.
عندنا نفس طويل.
نفسكم طويل. عشان كده انا رفضت اكون استاذ يا جنرال. والله انا ابى يلف بس قلت شفتها بقعد حتى في مكان هناك احسن من انا اقعد استاذ. لانه انا بكيد ما عندي نفس عديل كده. معلش لو كان ده جنى السكر انت بتشتري لك صبر. لو انت بقيت ما عندك صبر. فدراليه ما عنده علاقه ما كوكورا. كويس انه فوني جاء شرح لهم انه يا اخي في الليفلز بتاع جفرمنت يا اخوانا جماعه خايفين ليه؟ لانه زي ما انت قلت لي هم دارين البجم والسجم ده كله يجي يقعدوا في جوبا وياكلوا قروش بتاعت ولايات. وده مشكله بتاعنا بتاعت حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان ده. انه كل حاجه ينحصر في دين بتاعت في زول اسمه سلبكر. هو ياو بيشرح، هو ياو بيحلل، هو ياو بيدي، هو ياو بيبروف. لانه التحويلات الولائيه ده what is called a state transfer في جنوب السودان هناك ما في. it will smoke out notice. لانه اي زول انت حرامي في ذاك الولايه ده ولا في ذاك البوما ولا في ذاك المكاتا ده اهل البلد ده قاعد قريب معك. هم بيعرفوا انه ده فلان يا قاعد يسرق القروش بتاعنا. انت يا قاعد تاكل القروش بتاعنا بتاع الشارع ده بيمسكوهم. ده خوف بتاع الناس ده. لكن فدرال سيستم زي ما الناس ده مطالبه بتاعت ناس بتاعنا. نعم زي تاريخ بتاعنا وخاطئ. لما الجنوبيين سالوا فدراليه جماعه قالوا سوف يعني ننظر اليه لاحقا. ولما نظروا الى قال لي يا اخي والله no federation within one nation. These people will never determine us to us the future بتاع الكانتري ده. عشان كده we in the National Salvation Front احنا ما بنتكلم ساكت. احنا بنتكلم بالدوكيمنت زي ده. انت زي ما ين قال امشي اقرا الدوكيمنت بتاعنا ده بعدك احنا ممكن نناقشه نقاش علمي. وفي ايامات الجاي لانه اصلا هي تشابترز وفقرات هنجي نتكلم عن تشابترز في شكل بتاع باوربوينت برزنتيشن وما هنتعب ولا هنبقى في الكلام ده. We will tell it to our people and to our masses. يا اخي شوف ده في الانترنت يا اخي just pull it down. الداونلود بتاعه ما صعب. You can do that. فعندنا failures. South Sudan that we are is built on a fiction and contradictions of the political narrative that is being provided by the SPLM. عشان كده we have missed up this chance of building a nation في 2011 because في 2011 احنا افترض كان نبني الدولة ونرجع مناسة بتاع تأسيس ده حتى للشعب بتاعنا. الشعب بتاعنا يفتي في كل صغير وكبير ده بابه. ما جنوب السودان ده جابتها منو؟ الشعب بتاعنا ده ياو جاب جنوب السودان ده. والكلام ده انا قلت امبارح انه احنا لو كنا سوتنا في للصالح بتاعتي واحنا ده كانوا دول حيتوجهوا لنا يعني انه والله انا I am the most honorable member of the 5 dominant members of the high command that have left. انت ما كنت قاعد تتزوق لكن مصيرك هيكون بس احنا هنأسس الدولة دي. انت دير ولا انت ما دير؟ and this is a challenge لكل شعب بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان. عشان كده زي ما انت قلت انه الركيزه بتاعنا بتكمن في انسان. انه الشاب بتاعنا ده احنا لازم نديه حق بتاعه. we need نعمل ريفورم in our institution. هو ريفورم شنو؟ احنا ذاتنا دايرين نعمل تاسيس، نعمل فيها اوفرهول عامره كامله للوضع بتاعنا السياسي ولا السيستم بتاعنا السياسيه في داخل الجنوب ده. because there's no any other way. احنا ما ممكن يمسكونا كالرحاين بس لانه في حركه فاشله انه اسمه هاجرة. وانا بكتب بقصه بتاعت كلام بتاعت ايكوتوريانز وما ايكوتوريا ده مجموعه من القبائل يا جماعه. انا ما انت امشي اقرا تاريخ ذاته، يعني انت اقرا جغرافيا تاريخ وبتاعتها. الانثروبولوجيا ده امشي اقراه يا خلينا تلقى ده كاكوا ده باري مش عارف ده فوجلو ده نيانغورا ده كاكوا ده كوكو ده باري ده مادي مش عارف ده منداري ده كاليكو. يا دي مجموعه من قبائل. ده ما ناس واحد، ده ما زول واحد، ده ناس مختلف. اعراف والتقاليد وقجر ده بس هم تجاوزوا مرحله بتاعت الحس القبلي ده، ثم كونوا لهم حاجه اسمها استواء. دي ما فضيله، دي ما نموذج احنا ممكن نقدمه لاجل عشان انت تيجي تقول انه يا اخي ديل استوائين. انا ما جنرال توماس انا ما عندي حاجه مثل غرابه نيك من ين ونسيب بتاعي لي ده قاعد. we are different people. ده يا جبهة الخلاص وده يا نموذج بتاع جنوب السودان. ولما احنا نتكلم عن سوما تسكت ساكت. عشان كده في نهاية بتاع المطاف the only way out for us في جنوب السودان أنه we have to cement الحاجات والطلبة اللي كان جدود بتاعنا ناس تورين أخرى، ناس استنسلاوس بيساما، ناس أودوهو شفتا، ناس هنري باغو وجماعة ديل الناس طلبوا أنه يأخذ بلد ده تكون دولة ويحكم بقانون وقانون ده تحترم الحق بتاع الإنسان، وأنه يا أخي بلد ده يحكموا بالنظام فيدرالي ده. هنا هنجي نكمل الكلام ده. عشان كده لما الدوكيمنت زي ده ناس بيطلعوا وبنقدموا لجنوب السودان هنا بنقول لكم بس تعال اقرا اشوف الدوكيمنت ده مكتوب هنا very nice and professional English كمان، ما English بتاع كونيو كونيو ولا بتاع University of Jamajuba. No, it is written in an English that Her Majesty will also know. University of Jamajuba. University of Jamajuba. No. Thank you so very much, compatriot Teresa, compatriot Yen, compatriot Rodrigo, compatriot Simon. Let the struggle continue to a dignified end. ونسلم الدولة ده للجيل اللي بتجي كاملة الدسم. هم يقولوا بيقدرين يقسموا الحاجات ده زي هم ما دارين، احنا بنخليه لهم. لكن كيان الجيل الأول بتاع الأبهات بتاعنا احنا هنحقق طموحات بتاعهم ده انه جنوب السودان ده احنا نحكمه فيدراليه. الناس ما بيتكلم عن كونفدراليه ولا بنتكلم عن انفصال، احنا قاعدين نتكلم عن فيدراليه لانه ده تناقضات اللي كان في السودان زمان. احنا لما حاربنا السودانيين ده مش عشان ادانوا مامر، لكن لانه كان في انجستيس، لانه هم كانوا قالوا لنا ما في فيدراليزم in one country. انتوا قاعدين ترددوا نفس الكلام ده. ما جلابه هو جلابه ده يوزع جلابه ما فهم سلوك. شفت كيف؟ فيا سيستر تريزا الجماعه ديل يعني ده اسقاطات مرات بيجي بضيعوا بالزمن بتاع الناس وكده، لكن احنا we will explain to them. we will explain to them. انا بس بقول انه يا اخي Lord forgive them because they don't know what they are saying. انا بقوم بشرح لهم تاني، لما تقول لي وضح انا بوضح لك تاني. اي لانه قال التكرار ده بيعلم مش عارف ايش نخليها بس دليل. شكرا جزيلا.
والله يا دومينيك الناس اديل الناس اللي بيقولوا الناس ده تبع الناس هم الناس يعني البيبل ده we are really people and that's why Italy go يعني NAS have the intelligent people and also think that makes sense but because the other side mind NAS esen kide dawla ma gira gidama maru monendo sunu bina kana mabaraf the reality is this ma gulu NAS ma gara ma gulu they don't know about this these people they ready they know exactly what the program al NAS endo. But the problem is idea jam munu. They are misguiding. Local idea the jam minimum, yes, they will support it. But because idea the jam in Zoltan Barao, that's why they are against it. Nazel Mader Ajal Quest Gelitana min Zoltan. Ajal Quest el jam minimum ya umon bukulusa. Lakina al bijam in Zoltan ata lokalam desa mon bukulu ma quest. This is the problem that Jamade. But we will continue say Dominic Kelly in a bidere Solomon. Either they like it or not, they have to learn it. Now, Gibel, when we are calling people to come up and ask questions, Daman Dr. Vuni Lisaini, Mavizol there are for yet. And now, Naspika there are for yet Lesunutan. We are not here to answer any questions. We are not here for discussion. ISO Loder discussion, we will open a different room. Now we just discuss. We are here just making a closing remark on this topic, and then we are going to close the show. So NAS, you guys have already missed the opportunity. Just when Dr. Vuni was here, we are asking people to come ask a question. You guys don't want to ask the questions. Now, when we are concluding, we are making our conclusion remark, people are raising their hands. So, Teresa Kelim de Kalam de clear, we are not here to discuss. Zaman discussion. We are here to make a presentation, and after the presentation in turn, we'll open the chance for questions, and then Dr. Vuni will answer all the questions. But now Dr. Vuni did his presentation, and few people who have asked a question, they already asked their question, and we were asking people who have the question to answer. Ask nobody. So Zaman Taswal will intercalate. So if you have any question, just wait for another different day. That will open the room, and then you can come up with your questions, and then we'll be able to answer you. Lenasta propagandists, these people, they are well known by some of us. We know them. That's what they are good at. If they don't make any propaganda, they don't feel like they exist. Yeah, lumon mamul propaganda, bizarre monze kalas mon ma high, like they're dead. So they have to look for something to make propaganda, at least to make their day well going. After this show, there are some of them, they're going to open another room.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, so this is the thing. But for us, we know, we know them, and we already know what they stand for. Zay kalam Teresa kelim kalam de kilia. If like Nas Pitana kelim gulu kalam de masa, wallahi they will crucify us on the cross. But because they are all Nigerian spokesperson, they just bitomon. Alo lolruan ya kelim kalam de gulu ma fi aje kide. So now
he said it. Who got Mafi 200? They did not receive 200.
Yeah. So where that yani why zone is multiplied by Anamar le Kamiani. Lo bigger na friend de 200. Lo de comes anafara de 2,000. Ze yumdak arba nafara alkantela gulu 1,500. Le uzaman alijibu jamade fi interview. They say we are mobilizing our people from the camps. Unas alfikim de nas vitana. People who have not yet been trained. Now that you come to Onas side.
They remember Stanas bigger.
Remember Stanas. So they will go recruit them. Yala, Umon Brar
are training mode, they already members the NAS. So they are muskila jama. Yani jama they have no logic. Zaman da ana confronts all the nama no zala zalan. Lebitala zalan because ana worilo. Ita NAS alitumra alimfike alitum lisa gira train. Ita became NAS bitan.
Who that who guide for Egypt? Who guide for Egypt that? Who Zoldak dagan for Egypt?
Wida muskila ali kir belit fogu. NAS give promote no fusum and the kir will come and give them those rutuba. Yaki min brigadier le major. Ajama, that's why wonder never end. Italy got a lot of commander in chiefs. Okay? Because I saw be promoted. Anas alogom rafi joagabata South Sudan. I declare myself ana gulana sunu. Kalas, that's me. Okuma damul mai monakis. Bijiba na jua. Bodile ajere hotels. Bodile ajatai. Just kalas. Badak tababirta ede guy. This is the pura mind to fight ajama. It's just ita besa ya alama. But it's no meaning. Zay maitum guy sometimes fi gijibu kaman fi television ta dola. Zolma begdera gara kalam Arabi mafi English mafi yani English jamin men ya dofu no fi Junub Sudan dema fadia lena jama itu duk wen ja dofu no fi Junub Sudan. What is wrong with us? Yala bigulude commander, this is general. This is the problem with us jama. We need to start evaluating the people that we were promoting. As an kid NAS, magi promote NAS sake. I know come general yeni out. Tell you be generals. Zol al edu knowledge. Zolu ataluita asalo swan. Uma gra put his book as an be answer. He will answer right from his mind. When do so ajere answers like that? Those are the one you call them generals. Bro. So how do you call it general? For I thank General Thomas for actually selecting NASA because General Solomon. People with the knowledge NASA at least mun asakere umonaru chase the sunuzat. Because being a general in the army is not a joke, ya jama. For America and root but a captain, it's not a joke. Luita was the captain. Wala itim tubura sakide yaki bitaramoita zeha jetano lakini fijunu itim tubura dema jakalpas you have to you are nothing captain zatu bas masot kita swaka arabia swaka nafar kida hu captain yala suma ainu kede bita ajere arrest takirde boton zatu futu takir tubura mer sambala is this ajere bele asa de luita asa lo zat ma bar fi English ma bonus be English wala Arabi ma fi ile rutan bes ugulu de awajire bodika eta president ajama Sudan is going down.
Actually not to stop you brother Simon not to stop you من القانون الأساسي في الحراسة الشخصية إنه ما يكون عنده كرش لأنه ما بيقدر بيعمل رئيس ذاته الكرش أنا يا أخونا لكن I'm just telling you من ما يكون عندك كرش في الجيش ممنوع إنك تكون حرس شخصي في مواصفات معينة كده يماجن
لأنه يا جنراليان ما معروف إنت
بعد شوية هتكون أكثر من سلفة
ما تعرف يا جنراليان ما معروف إنت هتجري من تجري إنت بتاجر إنت بتمسك ياتو يعني how you gonna handle إنت بhandle جيري ده كورا ده ولا باتنا ده ولا زول اللي إنت ماشي تحرزه ده.
Yeah, I agree with the General 100% because it as all Algira kono ares dakil teres wala ta aizol kebir. You should not be like that because it abeg their arm of the file le raise the cave. Lu aja asen, how are you going to ajere and protect the president? They are giga jama. They zone ali at least kono yani very yani straight. Wait a become zone ali are full of faja you can defend. As I look at the research ajere for America and NASA ajere what they call secret services. When you look at them, they wear suit. Wait a ita maba no carry some mafia sala so carry the mafia. Those are the people that get over arrest. They are ready for any attempt al-Basim. They are ready sacrificing their life
to protect the president. But Zola Zereba Bilizu Boaga Bisilu Zaman 5 minutes to get up. Ures Kalas Zoltan in time. That guy, so let me just Gulu Kelina Stimir with our program, and I know either they like it or not, we will educate them. Al-Maim Tabanas and very educated people. They have people that are talented in different fields, and these are the people we want them to move this country forward. Some of us, we are not looking for position wala aya jana best kilis to look alasa jero so lukidamna we retire rajata gen fited manga fele na kul manga ta kita no murta mind ak miskra ta ma dera ina jatani ja usuma de derin ma derin wala sulta wala kalam far usuma na best der bele de kilta la quest badak na bridge against kira best ukun murta. So I will land my point here. Shukran alaikum kulu. God bless you all.
Yeah, ندي فرصة أستاذ فederico.
Yes.
Yeah, تفضل.
أيوة شكرا والله كلام بقى سمع. جنراليا والله كلامك في محله. ناس دايرين تعليم دايرين يعلموهم. وده بوديني للناس اللي بيرفضوا الفدرالية. ده أول حاجة. الحرامية بيرفضوا الفدرالية عشان ده بيقفل أبواب الأكل أبواب السرقة بتاعهم وبيكشفهم. الحطامية بتاعت الأراضي هم بيرفضوا الفدرالية علشان لما يكون في فدرالية ما حيلقوا محل بتاع ناس يمشي ينكموا. الطغاة ديل ذاته ديل ناس against فدرالية علشان الممالك بتاعهم خلاص ينتهي. ده بيرجعني للكلام في التعريف بتاع الإغريق للمجتمع في الدولة. أفتكر كثير منكم عارفين الكلام ده. نحن هسه النظام في جنوب في جوبا هناك النظام الحاكمة الساوث السودان ده بيحكموا رجال القبائل بمساعدة بتاعت الأغبياء.
Exactly.
أيوة.
The idiots and the tribals.
أيوة. رجال القبائل دول هم عند الماسكين زمام الحكم. هم ما بيفكروا إلا في النطاق بتاع القبيلة بتاعهم. ما بيعاينوا برا إلا حول القبيلة بتاعهم. حياتهم كله دايرة حول القبيلة بتاعهم. بعدين منو اللي بيساعدهم في ده؟ دي الإيديوتس الأغبياء. الأغبياء ده ما لازم يكون هم من نفس القبيلة. هم ما تابعين لرجال القبائل لكن تابعين هذا هم بس ناس opportunists. تلقى منهم في إكواتوريا على في باري في مادي في نيانبرا في زاندي وفي شلوك وفي you name it.
في فرتيتاوي
you name it. دي الناس شايفين مصالحهم. شفت؟ يعني ما بيعاينوا إلا المصلحة بتاعهم الضيقة. ما هميهم الدولة ده كان ينتهي كان وين حتى الأهل بتاعهم كان بيتشرد ولا ده ما هميهم. همهم بطنهم. So this is the situation نحن قاعدين فوق يا جماعة. خلي الناس اللي قاعدين يعارضونا بأسنانهم وبعصافيرهم خليهم يسمعوا كويس. الناس اللي قاعدين في جوبا ده اللي بيحكم الساوث السودان ده رجال القبائل.
والحاولهم ديل كله ديل الإيديوس ياهو حاولهم. So مع جماعة الشكل ده where are we going? That's why the country is going down and down and down. They have finished the country. الجماعة ده قضوا على الدولة كله. نحن بقينا أضحوكة. We became laughing stock. في أفريقيا في العالم كله we are the laughing stock. It's very shameful, very sad. لكن الأجاريك برضو قال في التعريف الثالث اللي هو citizens. يا جماعة الcitizens ده يهون ده الهسه قاعدين يفكروا في الفدرالية وبيحطوا برامج. Those are the ones who will be saving this country. The citizens هم الناس. We are the citizens. Market, we are coming. Thank you.
NAS,
Goa.
People, power.
Yeah, كان brother مولانا دانيال تقدر تقول حاجة سريعة بعد كده هنعمل conclusion وإن شاء الله يا جنرال ماثيو هنجي نسق غرفة. احنا داير قلت ذاتك كلام لأنه الكلام اللي قاعد يتكلم فيه ده مولون ده كلام البروباغندا بتاع كذب ده دارين شفت نعلق له عشان نوريه ذاتهم شنو بالكذب اللي قالوا ده بدا لاين يا سو عشان كده احنا نقول للجهاليل ده بانه يا زول احنا we mean the business. يا اتفضل.
مولانا تريزا، الواحد والله من شدة السعادة زي ما جنراليين قالوا. ما كنت عايز أقول أي حاجة لكن بس أنا عايز أنبه لحتة صغير في النهاية. أول حاجة thank you Federico Vuni for reminding us of that Greek philosophy of the categories of that أي مجتمع أي كان it doesn't matter في الماضي في الحاضر في المستقبل. للجمال هينقلوا خبر لأنصار النظام البكرة هيفتحوا رومات. When you walk away from here, I want you to understand the idiots, the first category, and the second category, the tribal man, and then the last category, the citizen. When you walk away, please أرحم نفسك شوية. Go Google it out for yourself before you start saying, oh, ناس فتحوا غرفة بتاعهم وقاعد يشتم في الناس قال ناس جنوبين أغبياء وقبليين وبعدين هم يقولوا the only people who are the citizens, because you will look more idiot by doing that. So do yourself a favor, go Google it out, those Greek categories of humans, and it's really fits. You'll find yourself, even you can find yourself, which one, assess yourself, which one do you fit in? The citizen, the tribal, or the idiots? And for us, we know where we fit. So for you, who's going to open the room tomorrow, find out where you're going to fit. It is naked truth, and naked truth is fast and sharp. You might not feel the pain until this room closes. That's when you feel the pain. But I'm just pre-warning you right now that when you go away, don't go tomorrow and lie, because we will be coming after those rooms as well. We will come in there and stop you when you start lying. And I can see few of you here. Don't go and lie. Just go and tell the truth as you heard it. And if you fail to understand the meaning of federalism system that we are talking about here, also go and download a copy for yourself before you open your mouth and start saying about it. No, don't do that. It will make you look more ahali, lubele, something that you don't want. because you've been projecting yourself as somebody who أنصاري بتاع حكومة بتاع النظام انتوا فاهمين كل حاجة في البلد. So you should project yourself clean by actually doing yourself a favor and go read that document. Maulana Teresa, that's the last message I wanted to leave with أنصار الحكومة وأنصار الفتاة عشان هم يمشي يحاولوا ينقحوا دماغهم شوية قبل ما ينطوا ساكت, because it will be like jumping from fry pan to the fire. You haven't done anything. You're still getting burned in most cases. Thank you.
يا شكرا كتير. أنا بشكركم يا أخواني وأخواتي. جنرال ين ماثيو، أستاذ فederico، باشمهندس دومينيك، مولانا لي، Simon Abui, my brother. You're a strong fighter, and thank you for announcing about the room yesterday. In the room, I actually slept off, but I watched the room yesterday with all those funny stories from Molana Emmanuel with the what lukulili ukida. I was laughing. Manazal declare benu monbiga into parallel government outside. You see, alumongika for that weri reista ajedeta monde. Anyways, أنا در نشكركم كتير. أنا در نشكر ناس برضو جنوبين الحضروا برنامج بتاع الليلة اللي بكامل.
مولانا انت داير قفل روم كده يعني؟
دقيقة بس كده أنا قفل في فيسبوك.
اوكي لا ممكن قفل لكن ما تنسيتوا كلام تاريخ ده عليك الله بعدين.
لا
كلام تاريخ ده مهم.
أيه لا هو مهم جدا يعني هو مهم. أنا ذاته كنت جاي له لأنه عندي في حاجة بس أعمل هنا. أنا داير نقول شنو يا جماعة الناس اللي حضروا برنامج عبر فيسبوك في عدد كان كبير قبل الحضر. We want to thank Dr. Vuni. Today we interviewed him with the federal system, model of South Sudan. That was the whole concept, the idea. He actually answered 14 questions plus the other questions from the people who are listening and hearing also through Clubhouse. We want to appreciate him. We are not claiming that we are the first people who came with the idea of federalism. The federal system was there as a concept before, but as a NAS, we are the first movement that came with the document. And the document is there. It will be good for you as a citizen of South Sudan to go and read it. But because some of our brothers, we know that you don't have time maybe, and some don't like to read. That's why we brought Dr. Vuni today. He's actually a NAS chairman of a National Strategic Policy Secretariat to come and explain about the federal system. And it's so clear now. يعني ما فهم ده بقى مشكلة بتاعه. إنت عندك مشكلة في الفهم ده ما مشكلة بتاعنا بقى. We are not trying to say that we want to force the federal system as a system of governance, you see, in this regard. But we are telling the people the solution to our problems in South Sudan with this contradiction that we have as a tribe and so on, what the SPLM did to this country, they absolutely destroyed this country. We're saying the solution is a federal system. And we are not calling for tribal federalism like in Ethiopia. No. You see, this is something also you need to know. And we did not call for federalism based on 3 regions. No, as well. We did not call for that. Because we believe everything coming, if the people accept this, and then what is coming out of this federal system, or all the levels of the level of the system itself within the government, the federal system. This is all by people. They will decide how many states they want. As we inherit the 10 states plus the 2 administration, Abiy and Pibor, this should always remain like that until we vote again in constitutional conference. Then our people will decide whether they want 20,000, whatever. This is absolute their rights. But we are telling our people the solution is a federal system. There is no any correlation or there is no any relation between the federal system and Kokora. The Kokora is instead, this is what Kir is doing is Kokora. It's the decentralization. This is what Nimeri declared in 1983. By then we were already there. We have seen what happened. Okay. It was a division of South Sudan into 3 regions. You see, this is the point that we want to make. So as National Salvation Front, we did not call for 3 regions. We did not call for 6 states or whatever. We are still sticking with the 10 state plus the 2 administration, because we want the people in a federal system. The people are the center of everything. You give them the power to decide on everything. That's why we want our people to be part of the system. You see, like in case of Kir, instead he's chasing the people, he's killing the people. That's why we have people outside living in exile, living in refugees camp. Even in Sudan, look at our people there. With that being said, my brothers and sisters, and we are coming to the final point, I want to say on the 7th of May, 2022, there's going to be a big event. And this is very important for the people of South Sudan. And we have our members, they are also asking us, members of NAS. Some of them, they're calling about this rally. We said, yes, the rally, it's actually idea of South Sudanese who are neutral. But there's nothing wrong if you go and you stand there, because they are South Sudanese. And we as an NAS, we say we will fight Kir with all means possible. One of the means is also demonstration. So we're urging the people of South Sudan and also the member of National Salvation Front, wherever you are, especially in the US, don't hesitate to join your brothers and sisters to go for that rally. Because that rally is telling you that you are responsible, you are an ambassador for your suffering people from those 10 states, or let's say from those 3 regions of South Sudan. Bring their pains there. Go and show it to the international community, particularly in front of the United States. United States was one of the strong alliance to the people of South Sudan who stood together with us. Without United States, we will not have Republic of South Sudan. We have to be honest. They stood with us. And that's why we have to go there and tell the people, tell them there, tell the US that you help us during the bad time. And now, when we had our independence, those misleaders, they mess up this country. Therefore, you have a moral obligation to come and rescue us from that regime. So, my brothers and sisters, please don't listen to those confused individuals who always changes their colors. Today, they will say the people behind the rally, they are opposition. The other day, they will say, they are NAS and NDM. The other day, they say they are NAS and Real SPLM. The other day, they were saying that the rally is against a tribe. They say Dinka must go. This is just a few individuals. There are not many, by the way. They're the one confusing us here in Clubhouse or even in some other media. They now claim that people are going to the rally because they are going to burn the flag. Who is going to burn the flag? People are going there to reflect the pain of their people back home in international arena. That's the point that I want to make. So, my brothers and sisters, people of South Sudan, if you're in US, you're nearby those states near DC, please don't hesitate. Go and stand there with your brothers and sisters. The same way for our members of NAS, we already mobilized a lot of you, that you should go. There's nothing bad about it. Go and reflect. Go and show the pain of our people in the international arena there in front of the America. because the Americans stood with us. We want to remind them that they should not forget the people of South Sudan. So that's the point that I want to make. My brother Ian Matthew, maybe you want to say something quickly before I close Facebook. ممكن انت تقدر تقول كلام في الموضوع بتاع رالي ده، ممكن توصل رسالة. يا فضل.
لا 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 ما في يا اختي، كلام نظيف وقلت في محله. احنا دايرين الناس بس تمشي هناك، ما قادر تمشي هناك، ادعم ماديا ادعم اي حاجه. عيال الناس الماشيين يتكلموا عن الصوت بتاع المساكين ده ما يجوعوا قاعدين هناك ولا يتعبوا، فلازم ندعم الفكره. شكرا.
يا شكرا جنرال. يعني في زول ده يضيف حاجة في الموضوع بتاع رالي؟
Yeah, let me say something very quick for Kalam Terali. Ajama, all of us, we know this very well about this rally. It has been going for quite a long time. But as we can see, we are not anymore counting weeks. We are now counting days. And very few days to come, Nabibada Asib start. I'm here encouraging everybody in the US to be there, to support a group, the youth, Ali Machine, Amolo Ajere demonstration for DC in front of the White House. Taban propaganda to Jama, they have so much. If they are defeated, they will come up with different idea. Elela lo defitumon fide, they will come with something else. But don't listen to them. You are not going because of them. You are going because of those who are suffering. If it's with South Sudan. Nasali guiding Gadamul propaganda in the Nasali Umon guiding our colomini system. They are getting paid by the system to come and make all this confusion. But you know, the people that really I need is those on the ground there. Nasal Fijunu Moniata Banin. I'm not going there because of myself. I'm going there because of the people in South Sudan. And when that idea of the rally came up, I really support it. And I'm there. I'm going to be there in Washington, D.C. SNB support. Shabab Del. Wana Begder Kaman. I will be live. It's a NASA Ketir Alfi Juba. Umon Begder Ayano. Unasa Alfi Malat Barabara Mon Begder Ayano say. Nazel Magi Kelim Bikasma, but they are showing the action. Wajerema Bakir fi DC Ajama. Rally Dema Bakir fi DC. Bade Bijarua fi New York, Bro Malat, Nas Australia, Kaman Gaiminbo. Nasta Canada, Bijagum, Nasta Europe, all Maladel Kulu, people are going to expose the weakness of the government so that the international community, the whole world, Nasiumda Gulu Biden is busy with Ukraine. No. Papers, the South Sudan is in front of Joe Biden. So we want to push more. Esenuaro Tarakalam paper de Hagiga. Now Yauna Zefigidam Tiny. So they better awake Bisura. And better take action. So Kelinama Sumale I voice Sabijana Kalam Dekide no. For me, I don't care who is in front of the rally, who is behind the rally. We all need the rally to go. So NAS Alpha America, the special NAS members, this is the cause we are fighting for. And we must support this youth. I myself have been DC. Shukran lekum ajima. Mafi Wogifuna. We are going to move forward with this rally. And either the devil like it or not, we are going to defeat them. Shukran lekum.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, go on, Ustaz Federico.
لا أنا برضو يعني بشجع الإخوة والأخوات والناس أخواننا في أمريكا هناك، خليهم هم يعني ينضم لكل الجنوبيين الموجودين هناك في الساوث سودانيس الماشيين. لازم الصوت بتاعنا ده خليه يطلع فوق. ويمكن ده برضو يعني بالنسبة لنا زي زي يعني يصحينا بأن نحن كمان inspiration. We are now inspired. لازم حاجة ده برضو زي ده كده يحصل هنا في يوروب. So we will be planning for the next in the Europe. Thank you.
Excellent. Absolutely. That's very good. We have to do it. We have to keep on talking and to express the view of our people, the pain that they are going through. Yeah. في كلام منك أستاذ دومينيك؟
لا أنا بس عايز أقول أنه ده هيكون بداية بتاعت الراليات كثيرة الناس هيعملوه. احنا كجنوبيين بالذات الناس اللي في كلاب هاوس والناس اللي بيتابعونا عبر فيسبوك كلمة يسمع الأكاذيب بتاعت الناس اللي قاعدين يشجع حكومة ده، لأنه في كثير من الكذب هم قاعدين الرسول. مرة بيفتحوا الروم بيقول إنه يا أخي الناس ماشيين تشاكلوا، يعني في هاي هتحصل مشاكل. بعد ده لما يشوفوا انه هو شغل ده ما في فوقه منطق كده عشان يقنع نفسه يقول لك والله يا اخي الحريق بتاع العالم بتاع جنوب السودان ده هي خيانه. ما في زول ما يمشي يحرق عالم هناك، ولا ما في زول قاعد يمشي يشاكل. الناس القائمين على الامر بتاع الروم ده بيقول انه يا اخي هم سالوا اذن ناس محترمين ماشيين يعبر عن قضايا بتاعهم في عندهم زمن بتاعهم معين، والا هم اللي هيمشوا هناك هيمشوا الشكل، لانه برضه عندهم عناصر بتاعهم. هتجي تشوف انه في ناس بيجي بيحرقوا لك عالم في اماكن ثانيه، يجي يقولوا له يا اخي والله دي الناس اللي مشوا في بتاع في تظاهر ده او حرق العالم ده. هيعملوا هيتداوسوا، هيجي يقولوا انه يا اخي الناس اللي مشوا هناك ده او يتداوسوا. لكن انا على يقين انه الناس القائمين على الامر بتاعت المظاهرات بتاع يوم السبت ده هم قادوا يعني احتياطات لكل شيء صغير وكبير اللي ممكن تحصل في المكان ده. فحاجات ده ما يخوف الناس، ولا في زول تاني عنده الحقيقه انه يكون الزول الثاني. ودي امريكا دي ما جوبا. الناس ما تخاف، لانه في انا امبارح كان خشيت في نقاش حد كده مع واحد قال يقول الناس هيمشي الشاكل. قلت له يا ابويا يا اخي ده ما جوبا، ما تغير ده ما في هناك عشان نطلع دبابات بتاعهم. لا انت هتكون عندك انكل سام قايد بوليس قايد بس زي ده بيمسكوهم. ف ده هيستخدموا كل اساليب الموجوده في حظيره بتاعهم على اساس انه يتكلموا اي حاجه بطاله عن الرالي ده. لكن الناس ما الرالي ده هيقوموا زي ما انكل فederico قال هنقوم تاني في اوروبا هنا، سواء كان في ايلاند هنا ولا في مينلاند يوروب هنعمل الكلام ده. وناس استراليا تعمل، افريقيا هتنتهي بجوبا اذا هم دايرين ولا ما دايرين. فانا بقيف هنا اختي تريزا ناس قوه. وبعدين طبعا يعني انا كان في حاجه صغير كده يعني كنت داير اقول يعني اشوف ناس مرات يعني ما بقروا ده عندهم مشكله. يعني انت بتجي تلقى واحد يقول لك والله يا اخي انا فدراليه انتوا ما دارين، يعني ناس تجي تقعد جنوب بتاعت اي محل بتاعنا كلنا نمشي نقعد فوق وكده. معناته انت لو عملت يعني لو طبقت قانون بتاع فدراليه معناته انت ما دار ناس، ولا الجنوبيين ده يجي يقعدوا في اي مكان اللجنه ده يعني ناس فوق. وده لهم يا اخوانا ما في زول معناته انك انت ما تجي. انا ده امشي دار نمشي نقعد ما ناس ملكال ده فور اكزامبل امشي اقعد في اناندير هناك ولا في بانيكا ولا نمشي اقعد في واو. لكن لما نمشي هنا في قانون انا بحترمه، وسواء كان ده قانون المحلي ولا القانون الولايه اللي قاعد فوقه. ودي كلام في امريكا هنا. فthere are things that الجماعه بيتكلموا it's not really in place. لكن طبعا احنا طالما احنا وصلنا للخلاص يا جماعه امشوا في الرالي ده، امشوا في الرالي ده وكذب الشينا كذب الشينا. you know you have to go there and دلاي على devil ده ذاته. هو شياطين ده قال لك شنو ما ده نفس بتاعنا الخاف. So Teresa, thank you so very much. I'll stop here.
Yeah.
Rally.
بس
The
ايوه
rally.
تفضل.
The rally, yeah, Junubin. The rally is your lifeline to the much anticipated freedom. It's your lifeline to the much sought for living peaceful with yourself, with your family, with your friends, with your relatives, with your society, with the rest of Junubin. This is the beginning. And I like to reiterate Al-Kalam Al-Galu, my compatriot Dominic. And this rally started here and it will end in Juba. المطبلاتي القاعدين يسمعوا عاملين فيهم يعني رزينين قوي ما قاعدين ولا لو حس ولا نفس لهم اسمعوا كويس. Everything start from somewhere. This is a determination. This rally, the way it's starting, it has a psychological effect on our people back home. It's going to empower them. It's going to give them all the push they need. When the right time pops up, they will explode. If you're still sitting there thinking you are supporting that regime, the system, you're being offered an option and a green leaf, an olive leaf to change your mind. Because if you change your mind abruptly among your peers here, you might hate yourself. Do it quietly. Go to the rally. If you're unable to go because you're so scared, not because of the people at the rally, but because being told to your peers that you have been there, dig your hand in your pocket. The link to GoFundMe is all over Clubhouse. Donate anonymously. Don't put your name into it. Anonymously. Because that will be, as what the Arabs say, أول خطوة في الطريق الهداية بالنسبة لك. You do not want to go down with those evils who are in the system, who have sucked the blood of our suffering people, and they think they are living. They are dead. It's only that they don't know they are dead. You have the options now. This rally is coming for your salvation. Salvage yourself. Get away from the crumb before it crumbles. Do the right thing. Join your brethren at the rally. Maybe do the right thing. Declare yourself clean of this system that is rotten. It is an option that is being extended to everyone who think they support the system. It's just an illusion that you are supporting the system. I know there are some among you who are not even receiving a dime from Juba, but you're killing yourself every day that you are a supporter of the government. And there are those who are receiving a dime. They're not even saying a word. They're just sitting there enjoying their life. And they can see you and tell you, you're doing well, but they cannot even offer you a burger. So make up your mind. The 7th of May should be the day of your salvation. Should be the day you break yourself from the yoke and bondage of that regime. Don't be afraid. Take the courage. Your brethren will welcome you with their hands, arms wide open. Thank you.
شكرا كتير يا جماعة. الكلام الطيب. قدرنا نشكركم كتير. الكلام اللي توصلتوا للجنوبيين وده حاجة مهم. انت يعني just take it as if يعني اللي بيسموه شنو الرالي ده as if it's something that you depend on. ما في حاجة تاني right now. You see? فأنت أمشي ده تعبير. ودايما الحاجات زي ده بيبدأ بخطوة واحد. ومشي بتاعك هناك عشان تعبر عن رأي بتاع الجنوبيين ده تقدر تديهم أمل. You're giving them hope, by the way. لأهل بتاعنا ده. So don't listen للأكاذيب. Don't listen to whatever they're saying. Don't listen to discouragement here and there. حتى لو فتحوا كم غرف. It just go there because you're representing somebody. You're representing a girl that is being raped. The woman that being raped. حبوبها اللي اغتصبوه وشربوه مريسة. الزول اللي قتلوه في القرية بتاعه. الزول المشوا هاجموه حرقوا سوق بتاعه. كل كلام ده you're going to يعني as if انت قاعد تشيل pain ده انت قاعد تمشي خطوه هناك. please don't hesitate. don't be selfish. احنا البرة ده قاعدين احنا في ظروف احسن لكن اخواننا هناك قاعدين في ظروف صعب جدا. So therefore my brothers and sisters انا داير نقول لكم انه انت كان really if you're a real South Sudanese you will not hesitate to go there unless انت ما سودانيز ذاته في طبيعة بتاعك لأنه السودانيزم ده South Sudanese ده has to be in you in vein بتاعك. you have to feel the pain of your people. you see فانت ما دام انت اصلا موجود هناك ومحل قريب امشي عبر عن مواجهة بتاع الناس دي. وانا متأكد حتى الناس اللي كانوا بعيدين قاعدين في الدول الثانية لو كانوا قالوا كلهم كان في يو اس هناك بالذات في المناطق القريبة للدي سي كلهم هيمشوا. خاصة زول لو ما عنده مثلا اليوم ده انت ما عندك شغل حاجة انت ما قاعد تعمله انت بتمشي هناك. فانتوا يتشجعوا ادوا امل ادوا بسمة شوية في وجوه بتاع عيال بتاعنا التعبانين ده كله. لانه وجه ده انت قاعد تشيل وجه بتاع المناطق ده كله حتى بالناس اللي كان هرقوا محلاتهم في اسم شنو ده في منطقة بتاع قدروا. ناسنا في مقوي ناسنا في أبي ناسنا في مناطق حتى هناك في مناطق بتاع الناس اللي بيقتلوا بعض هناك في تونج. انت شفت قريب ده مجموعة من شباب بتاع تونج كمان مشوا حاجة من الناس بكام في ده. يعني الحاجات اللي تقدر تشوف ده بيجيب لو عندنا the real system of the government in place and also a good leader who's there actually for the people. You will not be a beggar to beg for food. You see, you will not go and roam about when somebody steal your cow or when somebody kill your brother or when somebody took your land. If there is a system in place and there is also a judiciary, a strong judiciary, you will not be going all about to accuse here and there. You will be having a systematic process that can actually put accountability in place. So my brothers and sisters شكرا لكم كتير في فيسبوك وفي كلاب هاوس. أقدر نشكركم كتير ونقدر نشكر برضو الدكتور فوني هو جاي يتكلم ودر أشكر أخواتي والزملاء اللي برضو جو في الاستي على راسهم جنرال ين ماثيو وأستاذ أنكول فederico وبرضو مولانا دانيلي باشمهندس دومينيك وأستاذ سايمون أبوي and my humble self تريزا. وانا بشكر كل المستمعين برضو في كلاب هاوس تحت هنا لانه الشغل اللي احنا قاعد نعمل فيه ده يا جماعه ده امانه. دي امانه كبير. ده ما شغل بتاع الليل لانه الشغلانه ده في ناس بيموتوا فيه في ناس قاعدين يموتوا فبالتالي احنا ما قاعد نلعب. كان في زول قاعد يحس بانه هنا احنا قاعد نلعب لينا هسه من 2000 قلنا من النهايه بتاع 2017 قاعد نتكلم في كلاب في اي ده في فيسبوك ده يعني almost هسه 5 سنوات. ده 5 سنوات قاعد نتكلم لكن ما حصل ملنا وما في giving up. as for me انا قلت no give up لانه طريق ده اخترناه وهنواصل ندافع عن حقوق بتاع الشعب بتاعنا. عشان كده احنا بنقول للزول اللي انت ما تقدر تحكي قضيه بتاعك ده وانت عندك دليل لكلام بتاعك ده ترسله لنا. we will not expose you. we will talk on behalf of you. It seems like this is what God meant us to do. هو دايرنا احنا نعمل كده. زي واحد من انا بتذكر كلام اللي قاله جنرال ين ماثيو وقال والله الظاهر كأنه احنا خلاص خلقونا انه احنا بس ندافع عن الناس يعني جنوبين أو عن الإنسانية. وصح لازم زول تاني يسكرفايس. عشان كده بقول إنه ماذا ينفع إذا خسر الإنسان، المسيح قال ماذا ينفع إذا خسر الإنسان نفسه وربح العالم. أنت تخيل بس أنت مشيت هناك في دي سي رالي ده، أنت هتخسر شنو؟ بالعكس أنت أنا I'm sure when you're coming back there you will be happy. في قلبك أنت هتكون مرتاح، لأنه أنت بتحس إنه شنو؟ أنت قدمت عمل، أنت عملت حاجة، وده جزء من بناء بتاع شنو الوطنية. شو كيف لما تحس وتتضامن مع وجع بتاع أخوك. شو كيف؟ أنا ما أقدر أطيل عليكم كتير يا أخواني وأخواتي. أنا هختموا على شقين في فيسبوك وفي كلاب هاوس بأغنية بتاع أخونا اللي هو غناه لنا الأخ جيمي سانترلينو أريكا. فهو غنى أغنية بتاعي بيقول raise up my people. Yes, raise up my people. Go to DC. raise up my people. You see. فده الكلام أنا قدر نختم به، وإن شاء الله نتقابل في غرف تانية، وقريب ده إن شاء الله نيجي نفتح روم تانية يا جنرال ين. أنا نتكلم كتير في قضايا كتيرة مهمة كده إحنا دارين ندرس فيه ودير ردم ذاته. يا شكرا جزيلا. ناخد الأغنية عشان بعد ذلك إحنا نقول باي باي وناس جوا عليكم كلكم. ناخد الأغنية تستمعوا.
Listen, this is a message from the National Salvation Front to bring peace and unity to our people. Rise up, my 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 people. Yeah, rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Yeah, rise up, my people. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. National salvation mission to restore our unity. National salvation mission to restore our dignity. To bring us the rule of law and accountability. Social justice and the equal rights. To restore people dignity. Establish a federal system. We believe in people power to restore our unity, to restore our rights. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. It's a time for South Sudanese, to rise up to fight for their own rights. We got to move this regime out of our way. General Thomas doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. National salvation doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. Look at all opposition in Juba, they sign peace with no solution. Look at all opposition sign peace in Juba, they left with no solution. Make your decision, national salvation is the last solution. Make your decision, national salvation is the last solution. NAS Gua, people power. NAS Gua, people power. NAS Gua, yeah, people power. NAS Gua, yeah, people power.
NAS Gua.
NAS Gua.
People power.
People's power.
Yeah.
Thank you, Teresa, Dominic, Simon, Daniel, and Ian Matthew. Great job.
Yeah. Bye-bye.